Honourable members press. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Thou members of Parliament and Ministers of State with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served. Thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us the vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Our members shall begin with the votes and proceedings of the 32nd sitting, the second meeting, dated Thursday, 22nd July 2021. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the page number. It has been resolved. Okay, thank you.
Very well. Page 3. Page 4. Yes.
Honourable Speaker, I was here yesterday. My name happens to appear at the absent column. Honourable Alexander.
On what page are we? What page is your name appearing as absent?
It should appear at page 4.
Absent is on page 6, and we are not there yet. So can we wait when we get there? Page 5. Page 6. Now, honourable member, if your name is on page 6, draw my attention. Page 7.
It's now at, Honourable Speaker, it's now at page 7. Number 20. Number 22. Page 7, number 22. Thank you,
Honourable
Honourable Speaker.
Hotoje. Very well, the table office should take note and make their corrections. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Yes, Honourable Leader.
Speaker, with your indulgence, if I may take you back to page 7. Speaker, page 7, item 15. The Honourable Butchie Daniel. Speaker, he had completed the leave of absence form. I cited it. And he had applied. Yes, I transmitted same. He had applied to be absent for the period of 22nd to 23rd. So he was billed to resume on 27th. I realize he's been marked absent. Drawing the table office attention to make that correction.
Are you aware whether Mr. Speaker has approved and forwarded to the table office? Well, I think you should verify that first. So that, yes.
Yeah, with respect, I've done that verification. I can confirm that.
That the Speaker approves same and is with the table office. Very well. The table office, please effect the appropriate changes. Yes, Honorable Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, page 6, Ibrahim Ahmed, but I was here yesterday, but I've been marked with absent with permission.
What number is your name on page 6?
Mr. Speaker, page 6, the following honorable members were absent with permission. Number 8.
Number. Very well.
Thank you.
Yes, table office will make that correction. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the same page 6, number 5.
Honorable member, speak to the mic.
The same page 6, number 5. I was in the house yesterday. Thank you.
Very well. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Yes, Honorable Member for Norton.
Let's go to Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, page 14, item number 3II. It should be Government Relations Manager. Relations and not relation.
Very well. Page 15. Page 16. Honourable members, subject to the corrections, the votes and proceedings of Thursday, July 22nd, is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. As an official report, I have the official report for Thursday, the 10th of June, 2020. Any corrections, please? In the absence of any corrections, the official report of Thursday, the 10th of June 2021, is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Honourable members, item 5 on the order paper, presentation of the business statement for the 10th week. Honourable Majority Leader.
Right Honourable Speaker, the Business Committee met yesterday, Thursday, the 22nd of July 2021, and arranged business of the House for the 10th week ending Friday, the 30th of July 2021. Speaker, the committee accordingly submits its report as follows. Speaker, you may read in the available communication to the House. The Business Committee, taking cognizance of the build-up of questions asked of various ministers of state, has scheduled a considerable number of questions for response by ministers. It is the expectation of the Business Committee that this arrangement will help reduce the backlog of questions considerably before the House adjourns sine die. Thus, the Business Committee has scheduled the following ministers to respond to questions asked of them during the week. the Minister responsible for Defense, 2 questions, Attorney General and Minister for Justice, 2 questions, Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources, 3 questions, Minister for Health, 7 questions, Minister for Food and Agriculture, 7 questions, the Minister for Interior, 3 questions, Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, 3 questions, Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, 1 question, the Minister for Youth and Sports, 2 questions, the Minister for Works and Housing, 2 questions, and the Minister for Roads and Highways, 10 questions. We know 43 questions have been programmed to be answered by the ministers. Speaker, 12 ministers are expected to attend upon the House to respond to 43 questions. The questions are the following types: the 2 urgent questions and 41 questions slated for oral response. The Speaker, having regards to the number of questions scheduled for the week, the Business Committee proposes that as much as possible, questions which are constituency specific be limited to only the honourable members in whose names the questions stand, to ask the main question and also follow up with supplementary questions. That then means, Mr. Speaker, that the questions will be limited to those of them who have asked the questions, and other members would not be granted space to ask any question in respect of the constituency-specific questions. The Speaker, having regard to the number of questions scheduled for the week, the Business Committee proposes that as much as possible, questions which are constituency-specific be limited, as already intimated, to those honourable members in whose names the question stands, to ask the main question and also the subsequent supplementary questions. The Speaker, pursuant to Order 72, the Ministers of State may be permitted to make statements of government policy. And statements duly admitted by the Honourable Speaker may be made in the House by honourable members in accordance with Order 72. The Speaker, bills may be presented to the House for first reading in accordance with Order 120. However, those of urgent nature may be taken through the various stages in one day in accordance with Order 190. Pursuant to Order 75, papers for presentation to the House may be placed on the order paper for laying. Committee reports may also be presented to the House for consideration. Speaker, motions may be debated and their consequential resolutions, if any, taken during the week. Speaker, the mid-year review of the budget. On Thursday, the 29th of July 2021, the Honourable Minister for Finance is scheduled to move a motion for the adoption of the mid-year review of the budget statement and economic policy for the 2021 financial year, and also the supplementary estimate for the 2021 financial year. Speaker, all honourable members are entreated to avail themselves plenary for this crucial business. The Speaker, leadership is in discussions with the proponents of the motion requesting the House to investigate interferences by members of some members of state security agencies in the presidential and parliamentary elections of Ghana. Upon conclusion of the discussions, the said motion will be programmed for debate in the House. Speaker, possibly in the course of the week. Failing that, we may have to take it in the ensuing week. What it means is that before the House adjourns in the day, it will come up for discussion. Speaker, the House is programmed to sit on Monday, the 26th of July. This is to enable the Right Honourable Speaker on the House to receive some eminent personalities in connection with the Millennium Excellence Awards 2021 and for the conduct of related business. Sitting is expected to commence at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and all honorable members are entreated to avail themselves of this important national event. Speaker, despite the earlier directive for sittings to commence at 2 p.m. on all the days of the week, except Friday, the Business Committee recommends that in view of the business schedule for the week under consideration, sittings commence at 11 a.m. The Speaker, it is, the print there is 10 a.m. Rather, it's 11 a.m. each day. This is to ensure that enough time is available to the House to observe business program for the week, including the tall order of questions. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 160 sub 2 and subject to Standing Order 53, the Business Committee submits to this Honorable House the order in which the business of the House shall be taken during the week. Speaker, let me an amendment to the business for Friday. As usual, we have programmed the notes to be with us on Friday, the 30th, 2021. Unfortunately, the minister is traveling outside Ghana on that day. So we're going to have to swap the minister's questions. I think it's going to be difficult for us to do it on Thursday, given what we intend to do on Friday. The review, the media review, and the supplementary estimates. So, in all probability, we will take the road minister on Wednesday, rather, and have some discussions with the minister's program for Wednesday and shift their business to Friday. Speaker, I beg to submit. Speaker, I have not taken pains to read the entirety of the program slated for each day. I want to entreat the Hazard Department to deem the entirety of the program listed as having been read and capture same into the Hazard. Speaker, thank you very much.
Very well. Yeah, let me start from here. I don't remember for Pro East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, I put in an urgent question on the robbery meant for the Minister of Interior, on the high rate of armed robbery in the in fact, in the eastern corridor of the Bono East region. Mr. Speaker, I still find the Minister of Interior coming to the House and that urgent question is not being taken. I will be grateful if the leader of government business and the table office will add that urgent question to questions meant for the Minister of Interior. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I raised the question of bringing the Minister for Agriculture to address us on the crisis relating to access to subsidized fertilizer for farmers across the country. On that day, the deputy leader advised that we should rather put together an urgent question so that the minister during this week will be brought here to respond to those questions, and in the process we'll have an opportunity to understand what is causing the crisis. I did put in the urgent question, but this week we did not see the minister here, and then also I noticed that it hasn't been that the Minister for Agriculture will come and address the issue of the crisis of access to fertilizer. And secondly, I noticed that the leader has also indicated that those motions that some colleagues and I filed, which has been advertised severally, and sees being advertised, he says that there are some discussions in relation to the motion calling for an investigation of some matters relating to the security agencies. I see in this business statement, you're saying that there are ongoing discussions about them, and that if those discussions are resolved, we'll get back to those motions. Can you elucidate on that? Because I am a key proponent of that motion, and no discussion has been held with me, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know what is the nature of the discussions and what the plan is, and if the leader can throw some more light on those discussions.
Colleague Clotte.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. About 2 days ago, 2 questions were advertised that I was supposed to ask the Gender Minister, which have subsequently not found expression in the order paper. And in the business statement, I've noticed that they are not there for next week either, and I was just wondering if perhaps some light could be shed on the... one of them is with regards to the numbers of young children and mothers and persons with disability begging along our ceremonial streets. And the other one is to do with the Ipo Sutherland Park. Thank you.
Yes.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Majority Leader for the presentation of the business statement. The first concern I have is under item numbered 2E, motions and resolutions. Motions and resolutions. I observed that the chairman of the business committee speaks to only one of the motions that are pending before the House. That is the motion relating to the security agencies' interference with the presidential and parliamentary elections. But there are 2 other motions that have been admitted by the Speaker and programmed earlier. A motion relating to a bipartisan probe on the Frontiers Healthcare Services Limited. The Frontiers Healthcare Services Limited, the airport antigen test. Then there's a second motion on an investigation into recruitments from 2017 to 2020, recruitments into the security agencies. Some way, somehow, those 2 motions, last week and this week, are not finding expression in the business committee's statement to this House. I would like to find out from the chairman of the business committee the status of those 2 pending motions, since they are not finding expression in the business committee's statement. Then, Mr. Speaker, the second matter of concern is the continuous vacillation on our meeting times. We either want to meet at 10 a.m. or we want to meet at 2 p.m. You are told to prepare to be meeting at 2 p.m., that is going to be the trend. And then again, it changes, we are told, because of the nature of business for the ensuing week, we should revert to 10 a.m. It's making it difficult for honorable members to plan and to really schedule our activities. You do know that the work of a member of parliament is so demanding, it's multitasking. It's not only what happens in the House, but even constituency engagement, meeting with other bodies and all of that. So we need to have some certainty about when we want to meet as a House. Is it 10 a.m. or 2 p.m.? But the constant vacillation, Mr. Speaker, is creating a great deal of inconvenience for a lot of members of parliament. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I observed that on Thursday, we have a good number of questions that have been programmed. At least 9 questions. And that's the same day the Honorable Majority Leader informs us that we will take the media review. Has this been factored in? Are we sure that we can take the media review and still have all of these questions responded to? They are not 1 or 2 or 3, but so many. So perhaps, as the Majority Leader is looking at some rearrangements Wednesday, Friday, because of the Rose Minister's communication to the House, probably we may want to relook at if we can spread some of these questions on the other days, because from experience, normally when we have the media review, the statements are so long that after that, we are not able to do any other business. So I do not know how the Majority Leader intends that we combine all of these questions with the media review. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I put in a question, an urgent question, on the Krowa Polyclinic, an isolation center for the Krowa Polyclinic. I don't see it in the schedule for next week, the business statement for next week. I would like to plead with the House. It's becoming very difficult for the polyclinic to manage the COVID situation and other infectious diseases. So I'll plead with the House if it can be admitted for next week, since the Health Minister will be coming to the House. I thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Just to draw the attention of the chairman of the Business Committee to a correction that may have to be made. Through the engagements yesterday, in the question, the name of the member for Who West, question number 143 has been rescheduled for today. The question 143, through yesterday's engagement, seems to have been rescheduled for today. Question 143, Who West. But you still have it. It finds expression on page 6 on Thursday. I think that's a repetition that should be taken care of. On Thursday, questions program on Thursday for the Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. Question number 143.
Very well. Leader, you may respond to these issues and we'll return. Honourable Majority Leader, you may respond to these first.
Speaker, the member who first intervened raised issue about an urgent question that is asked of the Minister of the Interior. And he says to us that it's outstanding. Speaker, unfortunately, last week, because I was not here, I'm not able to really have a full grasp of that person. But I'll follow up with the Minister of Interior to see if it's possible to have space for him next week. The Minister of Interior is programmed to be with us next week. So follow up to see. But I'm not privy to that urgent question. Speaker, the Honourable Ayaruga is also giving an indication that he also has a question in respect of prices of fertilizers and you asked the question of the Minister for Agriculture. But you are saying that the question is not programmed for next week. Again, the Minister is programmed to be with us next week. So I'll have a discussion with him to see the status of that question. So upon his arrival, it could be part of the questions to be responded to. And then the other relates to security discussions on security, a motion on security matters. And I said that we were having some discussions with it. And you gave the statement was to the effect that you yourself have not been contacted. As the Speaker, referred the matter to us at the level of leadership to have that discussion. I thought that maybe you have been contacted, but I've had some preliminary discussions with the minority leader. We've not concluded, I must admit. But I think it's important that we will carry on board. And also those others who filed the other motion. I mean, it's about the same effect. It just relates to when to begin the investigation. And I think that if Parliament has to do it, it should be all-embracing. But we'll deal with it. I mean, the principle we all appreciate. So I'll continue the discussion with the minority leader. Today, latest by Tuesday, we should conclude this. And then we'll see how to go along with that. The Speaker, the Honourable Senator Rawlings is saying to me that some questions that she asked have not been responded to, but they disappeared from the order paper, if I heard you rightly. Speaker, I'm not too sure of the nature of those questions, so I'll have a discussion with her to see how to bring them back to the front burner. The Honorable Kujito raised some issues, one to do with some motions, two motions, one in respect of the Frontier Health Service. I think it's still outstanding. I really thought that the issues that you related to when the man appeared before the committee, these matters came up and they were adequately and sufficiently, in my view, responded to. But if you think that we should still investigate, so be it. And we'll continue the discussion with you and the Speaker and the minority leader. Then, accordingly, if it is worthy to bring it back, it will certainly be brought back. The Speaker, then recruitment into the security services. Again, I guess it's of the same order that the Honourable Ayariga raised. I think it's about the same thing. And the response will be about the same. That it just relates to when to begin. The common strand affects the two motions. So we'll deal with it and then see how best to capture it and move on with it as a House. The Speaker, the other one has to do with the time of meeting, either 10 a.m. or 2 p.m. I think we accepted Fridays to have meetings at 10, begin at 10, just to accommodate our Muslim brothers and sisters. The other days, the other 3 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we generally agreed to commence business at 2 o'clock. Except, as I said, beginning next week, we are not going to commence business at 10, but rather 11. Because there's a tall order of agenda, especially in respect of questions. The House will soon be adjourning CZDA, and members who have filed questions, we want to have those questions responded to. So at least going back home, they'll have something in hand to tell constituents. So it's for that reason, primarily, that we've decided to begin sittings at 11 beginning next week. So for the 2 ensuing weeks, sittings would begin at 11 and not 10. And I explained that at the very outset. Speaker, Thursday, the media review and the questions that are slated are going to begin at, and if we keep to time, question time lasts for 1 hour. If we keep to time, we can deal with it in 1 hour before the commencement of the presentation by the Minister responsible for finance on media review and the supplementary estimates. It's our own time consciousness. So if we are indicating to ourselves that we are going to meet at 11, we sit at 11. And on that particular day, if you have filed a question and you're not present, the question will be skipped. So that exactly at 12, the Minister responsible for finance will come to do the presentation. Speaker, the member for, I guess, Crow, says that he's filed an urgent question and is pleading with the House to admit say. I've heard. But it doesn't lie with the House to admit the questions. It lies with the Speaker to admit the questions. So maybe you have to touch base with the Speaker to see the status of the question. I think we have been reminded that question 143 is slated to be responded to today. It's been captured in the other paper again. I want to believe that it was rather an oversight, and I'm thankful to the member for bringing this to our attention. We effect the necessary amendments. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I filed a question to the Minister of Finance 3 weeks ago, seeking an answer as to why police officers who went on voluntary retirement has not been put on monthly pension. I don't know if it is still in your office not approved or it is the business committee that I have to be looking at. But I just want to draw your attention that the Minister of Finance during his vetting expressed shock of that statement, that they were not put on pension. Since 2017 up to now, any police officer who has gone on voluntary retirement has not been put on pension.
Are you asking a question or you have a question pending?
Mr. Speaker, let me drop it here. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Kwame.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you. I thank the leader for presenting the business statement for the ensuing. Mr. Speaker, I can understand the committee's determination to give us enough time to work in the next 2 weeks. That is why they brought the sitting to 2 o'clock, to 11 o'clock. In the order paper, in the document is 10, but the leader corrected it to 11 o'clock. Mr. Speaker, that is good, but Mr. Speaker, if only, once again, we will turn up, we may be able to maximize the time that we have. May I make an appeal to the leader? I heard him saying that generally we agreed to start sitting at 2 o'clock. I don't remember taking part in any decision to start sitting at 2 o'clock. All I knew is Speaker said we'll start sitting at 2 o'clock. So if he's able to bring it to 11 o'clock, may I appeal to leader? Try and reverse the sitting to 10 o'clock permanently again. That will be the wish of many members in the House, that instead of 2 o'clock, since you can change it now for the next to 11 o'clock, when we finish the 2 weeks, bring it back to 10 o'clock so that we don't sit at 2 o'clock. Since you can do it, because the original 2 o'clock was not a decision I took part in. It was a directive. Mr. Speaker, may I take it that
the start at 11 o'clock will mean that it's an extended sitting, because normally that's what you say. Since we used to sit at 2 and it's now 11, it means we are sitting beyond what, so maybe if you can help. Mr. Speaker, I asked a question regarding disbursement of GET Fund to contractors. Mr. Speaker, the activities of GET Fund affect every member of parliament in terms of what they do. The question was previously scheduled, all of a sudden it's not there. I just want to appeal to the leader that as quickly as possible, if the Minister of Education would be brought to the House to answer my question relating to which contractors have been paid since the House approved the $1.5 billion for the clearing of the arrears. He agreed to answer the question, but it's not been scheduled. So if the leader can help us do that. Mr. Speaker, the last thing I want to say again is to encourage all of us to adhere to the time that the leader is proposing. If it's 11 o'clock, Mr. Speaker, let's start 11 o'clock so we can all do some business before we retire to our various homes for the next 2 weeks. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes.
I would like to find out. I filed 3 questions about 6 weeks ago. One was on funding sources for University of Energy and Allied Sciences in Sunyani. UNE. I've not heard anything about those questions. There's another question on. Still, we have not heard anything about it. I want to find out whether it is possible that if questions are filed in Parliament and because of a reason they are unable to take it, if we can get feedback as members of Parliament, because 6 weeks, I don't think it's fair. And secondly, the sitting after 2 o'clock in Parliament here. Some of us, it is having problem on our health because we'll sit here, we'll get home around 8 p.m. before you go and take dinner. Immediately after that, you go to bed. I think activities in Parliament here is very important, but we also have to consider our health. It's so critical. So I suggest if we can be sitting at 11 and by 2, 3, it's over, so that we can also be thinking about health. I don't think it's right for us to be treated the way parliamentarians are being treated now. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to comment on the business statement presented. Mr. Speaker, I have filed 3 urgent questions. Mr. Speaker, I have made the point that we are the masters of our own rules, and therefore there should be a procedure for a member to be notified if his question, normal question or urgent question, has been admitted. Mr. Speaker, some of the urgent questions are even very urgent. They are so critical that in time bound, and that when they are not admitted and answered at the appropriate time, they lose their relevance. Mr. Speaker, for instance, we woke up on Monday to the news that insurance companies in the country have been given directive to raise their minimum capital or lose or face closure by the end of the year. And we have just enacted the new Insurance Act, which came into effect in January this year. And so the point is that I have filed an urgent question directed at the Minister of Finance to come and explain the circumstances. While even though we are giving COVID relief to companies, we want to ask insurance companies to raise their minimum capital or face closure by the end of the year. It's not been admitted. And I pray that that be done so that by next week it can be taken. Again, this is also about statements. Some statements to assault and ban. And so when the time elapses and the statement is admitted and you are asked to present them on the floor, they lose their essence. So I want to plead with leader that being masters of our own procedure, they should have a space for on the business statement to show that statements so and so and so have been admitted for the week, so members can prepare and deal with them. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I filed a question seeking the Minister for Employment and Labour Relations to explain to me why about 21 constituents of mine, the Garu constituency, the NAPCO employees have been declined, the confirmation payment since November 2020, even though they are still working, about 21 of them. After making efforts from the coordinators at the regional level and the constituency level, and which has proven futile, among including other constituencies in the region. So I don't know why. I've monitored the business statement for over 1 month now, and then the question hasn't appeared. So I would be glad if the leader can let me understand why. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, leader.
Speaker, today is Friday, and it's already past 12, and we are still litigating issues arising from a very innocuous business statement. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Abuja is saying that we should bring sittings back to 10, and that he didn't participate in any decision or discussion. What has it got to do with the business statement? Abuja. Mr. Speaker, but the point that he made about having extended sittings, I think I omitted to relate to that. We're going to have extended sittings, not double sittings. The Honorable Chief Whip insists to call it double sitting. Mr. Speaker, we don't have double sittings in a day. We have extended sittings in a day. If you have double sittings, you have to technically recognize that there are two different sittings. We never have that in a day. We have extended sittings. So Chief Whip, don't introduce any matter that will have financial implications of this House. Mr. Speaker, so that is the point. But we're going to have extended sittings beginning next week. And then the Honorable Abuja is saying that he filed a question in respect of contractors who have been paid since the House approved of the 1.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, admittedly, some of these questions really could be subject matters for committees to probe into. Our committees should be proactive. So the Honorable governs, because that would even be much more impactful. I'm just rising up to say that most contractors have been paid. I've been giving contracts in respect of those amounts that have been appropriated, and so on and so forth. So let's allow the committees to work. I think it's going to yield greater dividends in some of these matters. Having said so, if a question has been asked already in respect of that, the Speaker, I guess I would have some consultations with them, and then we see the status of it. If it has to be answered to in the House, it will be so done. The Speaker, a colleague also says that he filed 3 questions 6 weeks ago, and he wants to know the status. Speaker, I would plead with the member Usually, the better thing to do is to route it through your whips, and then they could probe to let you know the status of those questions. If the speaker has admitted the questions, he'll be able to tell you. But on many occasions, members jump over the heads of the whips and submit the questions directly to the speaker's office. And then come to this house to ask, what's the status of these questions? I will not be able to tell you, because the speaker does not keep me updated by the number of questions that have been submitted to him. So I'm not able to relate to that, unfortunately. But Mr. Speaker, the same member then tells us that we should consider shortening the sitting times because of health considerations. I agree with him. I don't know his age, but the Honorable Muntaka would advise him that we have a very well-equipped gym here. When we adjourn, please apply yourself to the facility, and I believe that it will do you a lot of good. But I'm not really saying to you that we are not mindful of the times of sitting. We need to be mindful of that, so that we don't imperil ourselves. The Speaker, the Honourable Roxanne Dafiamepo, is talking to us about obligations imposed on insurance companies in respect of the new legislation that this House has passed. The Speaker, once legislation is housed and is assented to by the President, that becomes part of the laws of this country. And citizens are obligated to comply with the laws. I don't know what he means by the time to be given to them. I'm not too sure. If there is anything, it will relate to a transition period, which will be captured in the law. Beyond that, I'm not able to respond to any other obligations imposed by the law. Usually when we pass any new law, we grant space for transitional arrangements. Beyond that period, I'm not able to respond to any other business that you want this House to be apprised of. The Speaker, and I believe the Honourable Dafemapo, I entreat him to be with us at the Gunaway Committee. He has ceased to be part of it. And let him not introduce any extraneous matters in this House, outside the remit of the law. The Speaker, I agree with the Honourable Dafiamepo when he says that perhaps statements that are admitted by the Speaker should be made known to the Business Committee so that members would conduct some research and come to contribute meaningfully to the statements. And also, if they are known ahead of time, we could then inform the relevant sector ministers to prepare to come and respond to the questions, those of them that relate to certain specific sectors. That's the way to grow Parliament. Unfortunately, on many occasions, leadership is kept in the dark in the statement, and its impact is negligible. It doesn't help the debate in this House. We have been talking to the speakers, various speakers, not only the current speaker, the various speakers. They will say, we relate to you. They don't. So I don't know how we're going to cure that mischief. Indeed, if we want to have meaningful, well-informed debate on any statement or contribution to any statement that is made in the House, the better approach is to let us know the statement has been admitted. But many of the speakers, unfortunately, with respect, keep them under the armpits, and little value is added when the statements come to be read in the House. The Speaker, I think the last year to be in the House next week. So accordingly, if the member could relate to me the question that is outstanding, perhaps we can bring that question on board so that the minister, when he comes, will respond to same. Thank you very much.
Very well. The House has accordingly adopted the business statement for the week ending Friday, 30th July. I'll move on straight to question time. We'll start with question number 143 to the Environment, Science and Technology. Yes, honourable member for Who West. You may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally, this question will be asked today. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology and Innovation measures the ministry has put in place in and around Weija-Gbawe earthquake zone to prevent disaster and loss of lives and properties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, Weija-Gbawe is one of the areas in the country marked as prone to earthquake. The subject of earthquake is an intersectorial one involving the Ministries of Interior, Ministry of Water Resources, Sanitation, and of course, MESTI. Although there are lead national institutions tasked with disaster prevention and management in Ghana, such as NADMO, Geological Survey Authority, and the district assemblies themselves, the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation, through its agencies, the Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority, LOSPA, and the Environmental Protection Agency, has also played a very important part in ensuring that disaster and loss of lives and properties are prevented at Weija-Gbawe. The ministry's roles comes to play on this subject through the LOSPA, which is responsible for zoning, and the EPA, which is responsible for granting permits for development. Mr. Speaker, as part of efforts to prevent disaster, loss of lives and property, in 2015 and 2018, the EPA visited the Weija-Gbawe area to critically examine activities within the area that poses threat to human lives and properties. Some observations included: 1, illegal quarry activities along the sections of the Weija Ridge; 2, and more important sections of the ridge were being mined at an indented angle of 30 degrees, posing danger to the illegal miners themselves and residents around the ridge. 3, schools and churches were also located within the immediate environs of influence of the impact activities at the northern section of the ridge. And here we're talking about the Alpha Nair International School, Calvary Baptist Church, among others. And then lastly, there were also buildings close to the cliff. Hence, in the event of any landslide, these structures could be destroyed and lives lost. Mr. Speaker, from these observations, the EPA, in consultation with the Ghana South Municipal Assembly, the Geological Survey Department, and the Minerals Commission, instituted the following recommendations and measures to ensure human life and property, to ensure that human life and property were saved. 1. Halting of all illegal activities in the area and the miners evicted. 2. Stabilization of the quarry by the operator. And 3. Survey department to be engaged to stop processing of documents within these areas that were identified as dangerous for human habitation. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the above, the EPA is enjoined by the Environmental Impact Assessment Regulation, LI 1652, to carry out environmental impact assessment before granting permits. And Mr. Speaker, it must be noted that the illegal mining activities in that area has been stopped as of now. Unfortunately, there has been extensive buildings in the area before those actions were taken, with some buildings so close to the cliff that it has become a source of worry. The EPA will continue to educate and sensitize people, the populace, and work with other relevant stakeholders to deal with these concerns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's answer, paragraph 5, the third line, he said, unfortunately, there has been extensive build-up in the area, and some buildings are close to the cliff. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister who gave permit to those buildings, development permit to those buildings to come up in those areas.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I didn't get the tail end of his question. You start with a preamble and then...
Said who gave the permits for those who have constructed around the Wager Dam. Is that right?
Mr. Speaker, my information is that there was a plethora of actions and inactions which led to the build-up in that area. I need to go back to make a determination because the permit system involves several sectors. The local assembly, my EPA itself, and then also even the building inspector division of the assembly. So really, to this attribution, I have to go back and do that search.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I know the ministry is involved with some ministries. That's a intersectorial committee. Now, I want to find out from the minister whether the intersectorial committee has any plan to resettle those who are there now at a different location. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, my information is that meetings have been going on to assess the risk posed and action to be taken. But honestly, a closure has not come on that. So we have not reached a conclusion to resettle people as of now.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, from the minister's answer, he stated that one of the measures or recommendation is to ensure that human life and property are saved by 1, halting of all illegal activities in the area and the miners evicted. I want to find out from the minister whether licenses have been given to other people who are not illegal miners and they are still mining there. Because you said that the measure is to halt illegal mining. But there are some people who are mining there. Have they been given license to mine? That's what I want to find out from the minister. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, That's why we're saying that there are mining activities going on. It is not like they've been given a blanket mine. That area is vast. And my information is that those that pose immediate threat, they have been stopped. But you must appreciate that even before I gave the dates, 2015 and 2018, there were these activities going on. So for those that have been assessed to pose no immediate threat, they are ongoing. If the questioner thinks that there are areas that in his evaluation pose a threat, then he can approach my ministry and I will dispatch the EPA to go and ascertain that in the specific areas. But for now, those areas that mining are going on, my information is that they don't pose any immediate danger.
Other members, our decision is that we will restrict follow-up questions to only the questioner. There are 18 more questions to be answered, and we're not going to admit. So, Honorable Minister, is there another one on environment? No. Thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are discharged. Now, I'll vary the order and invite the Minister for Trade and Industry to take his seat. So, we'll go to question number 165 by the Honorable Member for Bolivar Boy.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Let me apologize. I was at the judge. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Trade and Tourism and Industry I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry how much has been expended on the subsidy loan interest for one district, one factory companies, and the list of beneficiaries with matching amounts in the last 4 years. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the last 4 years, a total amount of 260,961.56 cedis 42 pesos has been disbursed as interest subsidy for 128 1D1F companies to support loan facilities which have been granted to the companies by participating financial institutions. Mr. Speaker, the PFIs have approved loans totaling 2.69 billion cedis on the back of the interest subsidies, of which 1.66 billion Ghana cedis have already been dispersed. Mr. Speaker, the PFIs involved in the transactions under reference include GCB Bank Limited, Prudential Bank Limited, Societe Generale, Universal Merchant Bank, ADB Ghana Limited, EcoBank, Standard Chartered Bank, Absa Bank, Carl Bank, and Stanbic Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that the lending risk associated with the said transactions are borne by the PFIs. The interest subsidies that have been provided by government are only meant to de-risk the loans extended to these 1D1F companies. Against this background, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Trade and Industry has signed MOUs with the PFIs, which provides inter alia that each party, and I quote, each party undertakes to take all reasonable steps to preserve the confidential information disclosed, including without limitation, requesting that the confidential information shall not be released to third parties or the public. Mr. Speaker, in the light of the above, the Ministry considers it inappropriate to provide the list of beneficiaries with matching amounts as requested by the Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I want to make reference to the first sentence of the Minister's response, where he said that an amount of 260,961,056.48 Ghana cedi has been disbursed with respect to interest subsidies. I want to find out from the Minister how this money was disbursed, and I want to elaborate to make my question very clear. For instance, if I'm asking a question, I want to make it clear so that the Minister can answer me.
Honourable Member, address me.
I'm saying that, for instance, if Mr. A takes an amount of 100 million Ghana cedi, what the Ministry told us is that the interest rate will be 20%, and the Ministry will take care of 10%, then the participating financial institution will also take care of 10%. The 10% is what is given at this amount. I want to find out how this money is disbursed to these participating financial institutions. Is it monthly? What have you? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I'll kindly encourage the Honourable Member to read the entire text of the answer. The loans are extended to these companies by the PFIs. All that the interest subsidies are meant to achieve is to de-risk the loans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not satisfied with the Minister's question. Perhaps I didn't put my answer. Perhaps I didn't put my question well. You told us at the committee level that government is subsidizing 10% of the cost of the facility, and then participating financial institutions will also take care of the rest of the 10%. And I'm saying that the 10% that government is paying, how does government pay it to the participating financial institutions? That is my question, Honourable.
Yes, Honourable Minister, how does government pay the banks?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the money is disbursed directly to the PFIs through the GRIFMIS system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I now make reference to the last sentence. Mr. Speaker, in the light of the above, the Ministry considers it inappropriate to provide the list of beneficiaries with matching amounts as requested by the Honourable Member. I want to find out from the Minister whether this money that is being paid is the taxpayers' money or not. If yes, why shouldn't the participating financial institutions as well as the beneficiaries be ready to disclose this very important information to those who are paying taxes for this subsidy? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in my recorded answer, I've made reference to the agreement or the MOU that has been signed between the banks and the companies. And it's very clear that there's a provision for the preservation of the confidentiality of the information. My understanding is that the information that you are requesting, although available, cannot be disclosed without the approval of the participating banks. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
That was your third and last one, Honourable Member. You don't have
The second one was asking for clarification.
Very well, I'll give you a last one.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker,
from the minister. What he's saying is that because of the clause that they have put in that agreement, they are unable to disclose to Ghanaians how much of their money has been spent in subsidizing. Is that the case? I want to know.
That's exactly what he said, that the agreement says you cannot disclose without the consent of the account holder. Even though government is supporting them, it's still a private account.
Mr. Speaker, I think government is paying some amount of money in respect of this whole business, and I'm only asking for that component, the interest subsidy, the 10% that government is paying. They should just tell us, these are the companies that have been benefiting or have benefited, and this is the amount of money, because that is the taxpayers' money. And I thought that once it's taxpayers' money, the people of this country ought to know. Thank you.
I think the answer is the same. If there's opportunity to look at that, I think your committee, you're a member of the Committee on Trade, is that right? You have the best opportunity.
Yes, sir. Yes, Honorable.
And I suggest that the committee deal with that and inform the House. Right. That the decision is that because of the numbers, we will not admit follow-up questions outside those who ask the questions. That's what we agreed at the pre-sitting.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I agree, except that on this particular answer, it is problematic for the minister to say that the component that government is using to support whoever cannot be disclosed because it is a private business. I don't think that part is private.
He has given us the figures, the entire figure.
Yes, but the details of who and who are beneficiaries, because it's the only way we can play oversight. If you give us global figures, how do you play oversight? You have to give us the details. Then Muntaka received that. Honorable Chairman received that. Then that's the way you can follow to be able. That's really using for instance. That's the only way you can play oversight. But if you say parliamentarians receive this so much, it's vague. With a greater respect, you will not be able to play oversight with that. No, I'm drawing Speaker's attention to the answer that he has given. That he may say, maybe in the open gallery, that may be difficult. Maybe he may want to do that in a closed sitting or something. But to say that it cannot be provided because you have to get the consent of the bank. Mr. Speaker, I believe we need to look at that. Other than that, we're not able to play our oversight.
That's why I suggested that a committee deal with them and obtain that information. But just like coming to announce how much interest is charged on the loan I've taken from a bank in this open gallery. That may not be fair. Right. I'll proceed to question number 225. In the name of the Honorable Member for Commander Edna Eguafo Abrim, Sir Samuel Atamils.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry why Commander Sugar Factory is still closed and what has happened to the strategic investor the country was promised.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as represented to this august House during my ministerial vetting in February this year, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, working in collaboration with its transaction advisor, PricewaterhouseCoopers Ghana Limited, is in the process of concluding the conditions precedent for the activation of the concession agreement with a selected strategic partner, Park Agrotech Limited, to commence operations at the Commander Sugar Factory. Mr. Speaker, as previously indicated, Park Agrotech Limited is an agro-processing company based in Ghana who, together with its technical partner based in India, have significant expertise in the sugar cultivation and processing industry. Mr. Speaker, in my ministerial vetting, I also referred to various incentives that Park Agrotech, the strategic investor, was requesting as part of the proposed concession agreement. Working with the transaction advisors, the ministry has painstakingly worked through these various requirements and requests from the strategic partner, and as part of these arrangements, Park Agrotech has applied for and has been granted 1D1F status by the ministry. This will enable Park Agrotech to take advantage of the incentives and benefits as approved by Parliament for 1D1F registered companies, and therefore to commence operation of the Commander Sugar Factory expeditiously. Mr. Speaker, I have instructed the transaction advisor and Park Agrotech to ensure that the conditions precedent to the concession agreement and the roadmap for the opening of the factory is finalized by the end of August this year to enable operational activities at the factory commence before the end of the year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister was here on April 4, 2019. And then he told us that the factory will be operational in 12 months. Now, that was April 2019. November of 2019, he brought the strategic investor to come and introduce him to the chiefs. We are in July 2021. When is this factory going to be opened? Now he's telling us that he hopes that everything will be finalized in August, and then activities will commence before the end of the year. The 12 months have come to pass. Another promise. Could he give us a definite date? Because the potential 7,500 people who could have jobs with this factory are still waiting. Can he give us a date, please?
Honorable, he gave you a date. If you can rearrange your question, he has already given you a date.
Mr. Speaker, let me rephrase it. 2019, he gave us 12 months. That date has come and gone. That should have been April of 2020 for the factory to be operationalized. Now, he's telling us in August. How sure is it? We need a specific date because the previous date is gone.
Yes, Honorable Minister, your first date has elapsed. So how sure are we that this date will be operational?
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure. But Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, in my earlier presentations to this August House, I explained the chronology of the development of this transaction. And I indicated that when you sign an agreement, there are conditions precedent that are required to be fulfilled before the agreement can become enforceable. The strategic investor, admittedly, is interested in government providing certain guarantees of incentives, without which it will be difficult for the investor to fulfill the conditions precedent. I appeared before this August House yesterday, and there was a debate about the extent to which these incentives and exemptions ought to be granted to 1D1F companies automatically. I know that this subject is still to be debated, so I do not want to get into the substance of that debate. But be that as it may, we have agreed with the transaction advisor that they should complete the fulfillment of these conditions precedent. Conditions precedent mean that if you are unable as a party to fulfill part of the conditions of precedent, then government has a right to terminate the agreement. But be that as it may, we are hoping that they will conclude and finalize the fulfillment of these conditions of conditions precedent by August this year. And then once that is done, it paves the way for us to require the company to commence activation of the company before the end of the year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the minister was here, 2019, he said that Agrotech is willing to invest $28 million for the first 3 years in capital expenditure and working capital, including paying an annual concession fee of $3.3 million. How much of this has this company paid? And is this part of the conditions precedent?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Speaker, I would like to clarify, for the benefit of the honorable member, that based on the technical proposal submitted by the strategic investor during the evaluation process, they've made a commitment to make that investment and also pay that concession fee. Until and unless the conditions precedent are fulfilled and the agreement becomes enforceable, on what basis do we require the strategic investor to make those payments? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Now we'll go back. Are you done? Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for attending. I was asking whether you are done. Very well.
Mr. Speaker, if the minister is telling us this now, how sure, that was in 2019, that the company was going to pay the 28 million. If that company hasn't done that, and now you are telling us that you have instructed the transaction advisor to make sure that the agreement and the roadmap for the opening of the factory is finalized by the end of August, how sure are you that this will be fulfilled by August for this factory that has the potential to hire direct and indirect jobs, 7,500 to be operational by the end of this year?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the question is how sure, I'm sure.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Minister, for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are discharged. Now we'll return to the roads and highways, and the Minister for Roads and Highways may take your seat. Very well. Question number 87. The Honourable Member for Kumbungu, Dr. Hamza Adam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways a question. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways why the following road projects in the Kumbongo constituency have come to a standstill: Kumbongo Bulong Road, Bulong Nyankala Road, Bontanga Daling Road.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Kumbongo to Bulong Road forms part of the Kumbongo-Torong Trunk Road, which is a regional road known as R91. The road connects Kumbongo and Torong through Bulong, all in the northern region. The Kumbongo-Bulong section is 10 kilometers long and gravel surface in fair condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the road is being upgraded to a bituminous surface under the contract titled Upgrading of Kumbongo-Torong Road, measuring 10 kilometers. The contract commenced on 31st March 2020 and is scheduled for completion on 30th March 2022. Work executed to date is as follows. 1. Roadside clearing 100%, earthworks up to formation 50%, concrete works including culverts 20%. The progress of work is estimated at 30% physical completion. Mr. Speaker, the contractor vacated site for a while due to delayed payment for work done, but has now resumed work on site and is presently working on the construction of a 3x3 box culvert and earthworks. 2. Belong to Nampala Road. Mr. Speaker, the background of this road is that it is 12.2 kilometer road and located in the Torong district of the northern region. It is a gravel road in poor condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the upgrading of this feeder road was awarded under the contract titled Bitumen Surfacing of Nampala to Bulong Feeder Road, measuring 11.2 kilometers. The contract commenced on 3rd August 2018 with an expected completion date of 2nd August 2020. Mr. Speaker, the contractor has vacated site due to delayed payment for work done. A warning letter has been issued to him to resume work, but he has since not responded. A final warning letter will be issued for the reactivation of the site by 2nd August 2021, failure of which the contract will be terminated and repackaged for award. Work done to date is detailed as clearing 11.2 kilometers, blading 11.2 kilometers, culverts of various sizes, 29 in number, and concrete U-drain 3,842 meters. Progress of work is projected at 44.40% physical completion. Mr. Speaker, the future program for this road is that the contractor's response to the warning to reactivate the site will be monitored, failure of which the contract will be terminated and repackaged for award. The third road is Bontanga to Dalum. Mr. Speaker, this road forms part of the Kumbongo-Dalum-Nawuni Road, which is a regional road known as R92. The Kumbongo-Dalum-Nawuni Road is 17.1 kilometers long and is made up of two sections, namely 1, Kumbungu Bontanga Junction Road, measuring 5.1 kilometers long and is bituminous surface, and 2, Bontanga Junction to Dalum to Nauli Road, which is 12 kilometers long and is gravel surface. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the entire road from Kumbungu to Nauli is under contract. The contract started upgrading stroke reselling of Kumbungu Nauli Road, all measuring 17.1 kilometers. Under the contract, the Kumbungu to Bontanga Junction section of the road is to be resold, whilst the Bontanga Junction to Dalum to Nauli section of the road is to be upgraded to bituminous surface. The project commenced on 15 September 2016 and was scheduled for completion on 14 September 2018. The project, Mr. Speaker, completion date has been extended to 14th March 2022. To date, the contractor has executed works on the Bontanga Junction to Dalum to Nauli section up to base level from kilometer 0 to kilometer 9. The contractor has vacated site due to delayed payment for work done. Now, the base cost has deteriorated and the contractor will have to rework on it before the surfacing work is carried out. The contractor has been served with warning letters and efforts are being made to get the contractor back to site to complete all outstanding works. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the response of the Minister. I want to find out the contractor on the Kumbungu Balloon Road. You did indicate that the contractor has resumed work, and I can confirm that because recently when I was there, I saw the contractor outside. But I want to find out whether the contractor has now been paid, because if you indicated that the contractor left site as a result of non-payment and he's back, I want to be sure that the contractor will not leave site again. So in this situation, I want to find out whether you have now paid the contractor.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank my honorable colleague for his honest admission of the answer that I gave, that the contractor abandoned site but has come back. As I honestly indicated in my answer, the problem that faced all the contractors working on the road was delay in payment, but we have taken measures to send back all such contractors back to site. And I will give you the name of the contractor working on those projects as you have requested. The Kumbungu Kolon Road, the contractor is Nagami Construction Limited. On the Burong Nankola Feeder Road, the 11.2 kilometer feeder road, the contractor is Bar Intima Limited. And on the Bontanga Dalum Road, the name of the contractor is UCOM Limited. UCOM Limited. And in case you are unable to put down the names, if you contact me after this, I can give you all the names. And I want to assure you that we are working hard and for you to rest assured that once they return, they will complete the project. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity again. The road from Golung to Nyankpala is a very terrible road, a road in a serious, deplorable state. I must indicate that at the peak of the peak of the rainy season last year, the road got seized, and we are getting a clear indication that we will experience same this year. I want to know from the minister, as he himself alluded in the submission, what immediate measure will be taken to secure the road for the people on that road this year, whilst we await the resumption of the contractor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did indicate in my answer that the road is a gravel road and is in poor condition. All the 11.2 kilometer stretch. And as part of our normal work at the road sector, wherever road or any particular stretch of any road is in poor condition, we cover them under our routine maintenance program. And we try to do that to cover all roads across the country as much as our resources and capacity can cover. So until we work on the road, we will make sure that we cover the entire stretch under our routine maintenance program, at least to make the road more travel and to reprogram it. I thank you.
Yes, your last one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The contractor on the Bontanga-Darling Road, you've indicated that, as you rightly indicated, the contractor has done the base course and it has again deteriorated. And this is not the first time that the contractor has gotten to that level. Around 2016, the contractor got to that same stage. And this time around, towards the end of 2020, the contractor got the base course done again. And you see that if you go to site now, you will see that the road has again deteriorated, as you yourself has confirmed. If you also look at the duration that the contractor is going to use to finish the work, you realize that he has again been given 2 additional years. How are you going to ensure that this time again, the contractor will be given funds to complete the route, since the contractor keeps complaining that he has not been paid money to funds has not been released to him to finalize the route? Thank you.
Yes.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have already said that everything possible is being made for all contractors who abandon site due to delayed payment to go back. And as I speak now, all those contracts under GOG that's being paid from Ministry of Finance are being paid now. The program is running and it will be followed next week from the road fund. So within the next 2-3 weeks, all contractors would have received some payment, and as they receive, they go back. So it includes the contractor who is working on your road. We will make sure that the problem that kept them out is resolved. They have to be paid. We have to empower them to go back. And when they go back, I am quite hopeful that we will do whatever it takes. The government will do whatever it takes to keep them on site so that they complete these projects. And going back is very urgent in the face of the ongoing rainy season. So we are ensuring that. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The honourable member for Ilo Krobo, Albert Nyakute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the following roads in the Ilo Krobo constituency will be constructed: Sikaben to Agogo Township, Puhunya to Boti, and Sutapon to Opesika roads. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, starting with Sikaben Junction to Agogo Township. Mr. Speaker, this is a feeder road measuring 10.2 kilometers. It is located in the Iro Krobo district of the Eastern region. It is a bitumen surface road in poor condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no upgrading or rehabilitation program on the road. The future program is that assessment of the road will be carried out by the end of the year 2021 for the necessary intervention. The execution of the works will be considered under the 2022 annual budget. 2. Muhunya to Boti Road. This is a feeder road measuring 31.4 kilometers. It is located in Iro Krobo district of the Eastern region. It is a bitumen surface road in poor condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no upgrading or rehabilitation program on the road. But the future program, again, is that an assessment of the road will be carried out by the end of this year, 2021, for the necessary intervention. The execution of works will be considered under 2022 annual budget. And 3, Sutapon Opesika area roads. The background, Mr. Speaker, is that these roads are made up of Sutapon to Opesika, measuring 4.5 kilometers, Obawari to Pepetifi, measuring 12.4 kilometers, and Sutapon to Ahinkwa, measuring 8.25 kilometers. They are feeder roads, all totaling 25.15 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, they are located in the Iro Krobo district of the Eastern region. The roads are gravel surface in poor condition. Currently, there is no upgrading or rehabilitation program on the said roads. But going into the future, it has been programmed that engineering design studies will be conducted by the end of the fourth quarter of this year. The execution of the works will be considered under the 2022 annual budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Honourable Member, if you have any follow-up question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Huhunya Boti Road is the road leading to the Boti Falls, which is a key tourist destination and a source of livelihood for many in the area. The Sikaben Obuale Road leads to the Agogo Market, which is a transit point for food supply to Ashaman, Accra, and Koforidua. Would the Honourable Minister consider an award of a maintenance contract, such as pothole patching works on the bitumen surface part and grading of the gravel surface? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, so what was your question?
Mr. Speaker.
I didn't get the question. I heard you making a statement, but what question did you ask the Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll repeat the question. Will the Honourable Minister consider an award of a maintenance contract, such as pothole patching works on the bitumen surface parts and grading on the gravel parts? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, all these roads are very important trunk roads, Huhunya Boti and Sutapong to Opesika, area roads. And I want to assure you that any road in bad condition, I've already said that will come under our annual road maintenance program, and is aimed at ensuring smooth riding surface for the time being until a rare program is made for the roads. And I've indicated that engineering works and studies will be done before the end of the year and will be captured under 2022, that is next year's budget. So we will continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the response from the Honourable Minister, but I have a final question. There is a broken bridge on the Sikaben Obuale Road, and it exposes a valley underneath. This broken bridge is a potential hazard. Will the Minister consider a temporary fix for the bridge to avoid loss of life?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's almost automatic that if any road anywhere is being rehabilitated, the scope of work will cover not only the road itself, but all other interventions like side drains, like bridges, like box culverts and all. They are all inclusive. But if for any reason there is a broken bridge, any particular broken bridge, that will be isolated and treated as an emergency situation. But if that does not happen, I want to assure you that the rehabilitation of all the aforementioned roads automatically will go with the rebuilding of all bridges and all culverts. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have done 3 on this question. We'll move on to the next question. Question number 96, in the name of the Honourable Member for Busa South, Dr. Clement Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I notice that I have 2 questions, star 96 and star 101. Mr. Speaker, I would wish to plead with you to allow me to ask them sequentially. Mr. Speaker.
You proceed with this one.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when work on the following roads will be completed. Fumbisi Zamsa, Kadema Naga, Uwasi Katira Phase 2, Uwasi Katira Phase 3, Bedema Konkwa Siniesi Phase 1.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I begin with Fumbisi to Zamsa. This road is 12.6 kilometers and is partly earth and partly gravel surface feeder road in poor condition. It is located in the Busa sub-district of the Upper East region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, a contract for the spot improvement of the above road was awarded under a program to mitigate the effects of floods after the rainy season in the Upper East region. The work commenced on 27th March 2019 and was expected to be completed on 27th September 2020. The contractor, however, abandoned site in April 2021 after completing the following. 1. 12.6 kilometers of vegetation clearing. 2. 12.6 kilometers of formation. 3. 15 number 1 / 900 millimeter pipe culvert. 4. 1 number 1 / 1,200 millimeter pipe culverts, and 6. 8 number 2 / 1,200 millimeter pipe culvert. 2 warning letters have been issued, but the contractor is yet to respond by reactivating the site. The contractor's response is being monitored until the end of third quarter 2021, after which the necessary processes will be initiated to terminate the contract for non-performance and re-award. Progress of work is projected at 33% fiscal completion. Mr. Speaker, by the future program, in the event that the contractor reactivates the site by end of September 2021, he is expected to complete the contract within 6 months. In the event where it is re-awarded, it is expected to be completed within 12 months. 2. Kadima to Naga Road. This road is 28.5 kilometers long and links communities within the Busa South-District and Kasina Nankana municipality of the Upper East region. A 13-kilometer section of the road is under contract for spot improvement. Currently, Mr. Speaker, a contract for sports improvement of this 13-kilometer section affected by flood was awarded on 2nd March 2018. The works commenced on 17th May 2018 and was expected to be completed on 12 September 2020. The original contract required the construction of a 4-meter by 4-meter box culvert across a tributary of White Volta, but a further assessment of the capacity indicated the need to provide a higher hydraulic capacity of size 6 4 by 4 meter box culvert, and the variation has been approved. The construction of this structure can only be done during the dry season. Work done to date include 1. 13.0 kilometers of vegetation clearing, 7 kilometers of road formation, 1 number 900 by 700 millimeter U culvert, 1 number 2 by 2 meter box culvert, 1 number 1,800 millimeter diameter pipe culvert, and 1.4 kilometer of gravel subbase. Progress of work, Mr. Speaker, is projected at 39 fiscal completion. The future program for this road, Mr. Speaker, is that the full upgrading of the road will be considered after the completion of the current contract. 3. Uwasi to Category Phase 1. Mr. Speaker, this road measures 7 kilometers and is a feeder road and is an earth road in poor condition. It is located in the Busa district of the Upper East region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, minor spot improvement of this road covering a distance of 3 kilometers, that is from kilometer 4 to kilometer 7. The contract was awarded on 20th August 2020 and work commenced on 11th December 2020. The expected completion date was 10th June 2021. Work done to date include 3 kilometers of vegetation clearing, 3 kilometers of road formation, 2 number 900 millimeter diameter pipe culverts. Progress of work to date is projected at 70% fiscal completion. 4. Minor spot improvement of Uwasi to Category Phase 3, covering a distance of 3 kilometers, that is from kilometer 7 to kilometer 10. Mr. Speaker, the above contract was awarded on 20th August 2020 and expected to commence on 30th March 2021. The contractor has, however, delayed the commencement of works. The contractor has been issued with an instruction to commence the work by 30th July 2021. Otherwise, the necessary processes will be initiated to terminate the contract for failure to commence. The future program on this road is that in the event that the contractor commences the works by 30th July 2021, he is expected to complete the contract within 6 months. In the event where it is re-awarded, it is expected to be completed within 8 months. 5. That is Bedema to Kungwak to Senyesi, Phase 1. Mr. Speaker, this road is 11.7 kilometers long. It is a partially engineered road in fair to poor condition and located in the Buza South District of the Upper East Region. There are some bottlenecks that make passability of the entire road difficult during the wet season. 3 separate contracts have been awarded on the road for minor spot improvement. Currently, one of the contracts is minor improvement of Bedema to Kunwak to Seniese Phase 1, which was awarded on 8th October 2020. The works commenced on 12 February 2021 and is expected to be completed on 11th August 2021. Works executed to date include 4 kilometers of vegetation clearing, 4 kilometers of road formation, 2 numbers 900 millimeter diameter pipe culverts, and 1 number 1,200 millimeter pipe culverts. The Speaker, progress of work is projected at 36% physical completion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't intend to ask too many follow-up questions, but just 1 or 2. Mr. Speaker, the Minister, his response regarding the Fumbisi-Zamsa Road, it indicates that it is 12.6 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, that is inaccurate. In fact, that road goes through URC before it gets to Zamsa. And the entire stretch is 33.5 kilometers. The distance B and URC alone is 16.7 kilometers. So it cannot be the case that Fumbisi Zamsa will be 12.6. So I want to draw the Minister's attention to that. Mr. Speaker, the Minister speaks about 2 warning letters to the contractor. He also goes on to list what the contractor has done. With all due respect, I have been there myself and I've inspected the road. The work so far done is atrocious and cannot be classified as 33%. The culverts and other fixtures were dissolving at the onset of the first rains. Mr. Speaker, that is how bad it is.
Can I ask you a question?
I want to find out from the Minister, what would it take to get the contractor back to site to complete the contract that he has been awarded?
Yes, Honorable Minister. I'll bring the contractor back to site.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is disputing the length of the road. This is the technical information available to me. So I do not know how he managed to take the length of the road, but I will take what he has said and compare with the information that we have. But as at the moment, I can rely on the information that I have here. And I have also indicated the actions to be taken to get the contractor, and for that matter, all the contractors working on the various sections of the road back to work. I've given an indication of when they started, and I've also given an indication of what they have done. So we are taking steps to make sure that once they are still in possession of the contract, they either go back to complete the work, failure of which we will do the needful by terminating it and re-awarding. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the minister's response. And I also appreciate the fact that he is willing to cross-check. It's my constituency, much more like his own. I know what I'm talking about. I've traversed this route several times, and I know the distances. Mr. Speaker, he speaks about waiting to get a response, and he indicates that 2 warning letters have been issued. Mr. Speaker, the import of my earlier question was to get a timeline, because we can't just leave it to the wishes and caprices of the contractor when the people are suffering. That cannot be the best way to go. So I want to find out from the minister whether he is going to give or he has given the contractor a timeline to return, expect the consequences that he has prescribed.
He has given an answer. There's a procedure. If you worked at the ministry before, there's a procedure that they will follow. So if you have another question, please ask it. Otherwise, I'll ask you to ask the other question.
Very well. I will rest my case on this question.
In that case, please go to the 101.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate your magnanimity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when work on the following roads will be completed. Gwedema Kanjaga Fumbisi, Gwedema Konkwak Sinesi Phase 3, Kanjaga Musidem Kalasa, Kanjaga Nyandema, Kanjaga Dorninga.
Yes, Honourable Minister. Question number 101.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am beginning with Gwedema to Kanjaga to Fumbisi. Mr. Speaker, this is a 17-kilometer feeder
Honourable
road
Minister.
located in the...
Honourable Minister, kindly resume your seat. Colleagues, I will resume in 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I go to Tanjama, Mosidem, Karasa Road on page 28. Mr. Speaker, this is 8.8 kilometer feeder road and it's gravel road located in the Busa South District of the Upper East Region. It is a road in poor condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the contract for the rehabilitation of the road was awarded on 7th October 2016 and commenced on 13th November 2016. The works were expected to be completed on 12th November 2017, but was extended to 30th September 2021. The contractors are reorganizing to continue the work after extension of time has been granted to enable them complete the work. Work done to date include 8.8 kilometers of vegetation clearing, 8.8 kilometers of road formation, 13 number of 1,200 millimeter pipe covers, and one number of 3/1,800 millimeter pipe covers. Mr. Speaker, progress of work is projected at 52% physical completion. 4. The Kanjaga Nandema Road, measuring 6.6 kilometers. This road is an engineered feeder road located in the Busa South District of the Upper East Region. The road is partly gravel and partly earth and is in poor condition. Currently, there is no major upgrading or rehabilitation program on the road. The future program is that, Mr. Speaker, the engineering design studies and estimates have been carried out and would be considered under the 2022 budget. Kanjaga to Doninga Road. This road is a feeder road and is an engineered feeder road located in the Busa South District of the Upper East Region. The road is partly gravel and partly earth and is in poor condition. Currently, there is no major upgrading or rehabilitation program on the road. The future program is that the engineering design studies and estimates have been carried out and would be considered under the 2020 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I noticed that under the Bedema Kanjaga Fumbisi Road, the minister indicates that 65% physical completion and that work will be completed at the end of October 2021. Given that almost every road in Busa South is in poor condition, as per the responses given, can the minister assure this House that the timelines given as exemplified by the October 2021 date will be met by the various contractors?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my colleague that we shall keep close eye on all these roads. And I must admit, honestly, that these roads are not in good condition. So we have to give them special attention. And that will be done from my ministry. And I also invite you for both of us to work together to make sure that it's done for the benefit of the people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I'll move on to question number 97. In the name of the Honourable Member for Gomwa East, Mr. Desmond de Graaf Page.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for an opportunity. I would like to ask the Minister for Roads that what has caused the delay in the construction of the road from Millennium City to Pentecost in the Gomwa East constituency, and when work is expected to resume. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister. Number 97.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Millennium City is a rapidly developing community located in Kasua in the Gomwa East constituency of the Ewutu Senya East municipality in the central region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Urban Roads has an ongoing contract titled Rehabilitation of Millennium City Junction to Pentecost Retreat Center Road, measuring 7.2 kilometers in the area. The road, when completed, shall provide access to communities along the project corridor, such as Yesu Krom, Millennium City Estate, Winga, and Adade. The project commenced in October 2016. There was a variation to the contract which has in November 2017, and the project completion period was also extended to April 2018. Progress of work is at 71% physical completion. The works have stalled due to delay in payment for work done. Mr. Speaker, work done to date as follows: 9,900 meters of 600 millimeter concrete U-drain, 2,050 meters of 900 millimeter concrete U-drain, 1 number 900 millimeter diameter pipe culvert, 2 number 1,200 millimeter diameter pipe culvert, 1 number double 1,200 millimeter diameter pipe culvert, 1 number double 1,500 millimeter diameter pipe culvert, 1 number double 1,800 millimeter diameter pipe culvert, 2 number 3 by 3 meter double cell box culvert, earthworks 100%, sub-base 100%, 2.8 kilometers primer seal, and 1.5 kilometers first seal. Mr. Speaker, moving into the future, efforts are being made to get the contractor remobilized to site by first week of August 2021 to complete the outstanding works with 8 months. That's within 8 months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the minister's answer, I would like to know from him the name of the contractor working on the site. And then it's clear that the contractor is not on the site. How long has he vacated the site? If the minister can provide me with answer. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, which contractor is there? Has he vacated the site? If so, how long? That will be your 3 follow-up questions together.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the name of the contractor is New Case Properties and Investment Limited. Mr. Speaker, I have to explain that work has not been going on for some time now, but I cannot say technically that the contractor has left site. The contractor is on site, is in possession of site. Once in a while you see him doing minor works, but I admit that he has not been as active as we expect. And from my answer, you can see that substantial work has been done, and the delay is partly attributed to delay in payment and is being sorted out. That's why I have given the assurance in my answer that the contractor will be back to site within the first week in August, and we will make sure that he stays on site, and it will take the contractor maximum 8 months to finish the entire 7.2 kilometer stretch of the road. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to the minister, he said by 1st August 2021, efforts are being made or put in place for contractor to go to site and then go to site to complete the work in 8 months. I would like to know from the minister what pragmatic steps can he assure the House that the contractor receive payment to go to site by 1st August 2021, which is Sunday coming next, just this Sunday coming next. What measures has he put in place that the contractor will receive payments and go to site by the date he is quoting? Thank you.
Yes, honorable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very confident of what I'm saying. And if by that time the contractor is not on site, it will be a big surprise to me, because every step is being made. A short while ago, in an answer to one of our colleagues, I indicated that from Ministry of Finance, what we call GOG payments to all contractors with interim payment certificates, there is in currency, and it will be followed by road fund payment if the board is inaugurated next week, and we hope to inaugurate it next week. So I know what I'm talking about. Payments are ongoing, and the company undertaking that work, New Case Investment, is part of the list being scheduled for payment. So I'm confident and I know what I'm talking about, and it will come to pass. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, your last follow-up question.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you. My last question. Let me thank the Honorable Minister for his answers provided to the House. But I want to know from the Honorable Minister, the contractor started the work in 2016, and then the variation was done in 2017 to the contract, which has extended, or which was extended to 2018 April. That's the completion stage. Now, from the 2018, 2019, 2020 to 2021, based upon these analysis, can I be sure what the minister is telling me, that the contractor will go to site and complete the work in 8 months? Can the minister tell me something?
He has given that answer. If you have another question, you can ask it. Otherwise, you're done. Very well. Question number 98. Honorable Member for Kintampo North, Joseph Kwame Kuma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the following roads, which were awarded on contract in 2015-2016, will be completed. 1. Kintampo Municipal Township, Stronase to Busuema, Ntankuro to Kunsu.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Kintampo is the capital of the Kintampo North municipality of the Bono East region within the Middle Belt of Ghana. It is a popular tourist zone because of the Kintampo waterfalls and other attractions. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Urban Roads has 3 ongoing projects in the area. Title 1, rehabilitation of selected roads in Kintampo, measuring 3.75 kilometers. 2, rehabilitation of selected roads in Kintampo municipality, measuring 10 kilometers. And 3, rehabilitation of Nkranza and Kintampo town roads, measuring 12 kilometers, also known as Lot 1. Mr. Speaker, I wish to start with rehabilitation of selected roads in Kintampo. This project commenced in February 2017 for completion in February 2018. However, to date, physical progress stands at 14%. Warning letters were issued to the contractor in September 2017 and in October 2018, respectively. We are in the process of terminating the contract. Work done to date is 4.52 kilometers of gravel fill. 2, rehabilitation of selected roads in Kintampo municipality, totaling 10 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, this project commenced in August 2015 for completion in February 2017, which was later revised to February 2018. However, to date, physical progress stands at 7%. 3 warning letters
have been issued to the contractor. When no favorable response was received from the contractor, was recommended for termination. Work done to date is 3,600 meters of concrete U-drains of various sizes, 1.6 kilometers of sub-base laid. 3. Rehabilitation of Nkranza and Kintampo town roads, all totaling 12 kilometers, also known as Lot 1. Mr. Speaker, the project commenced in July 2015 for completion in January 2017. However, to date, fiscal progress stands at 41.5%. The three warning letters have been issued to the contractor. When no favorable response was received from the contractor, the project was recommended for termination. However, the contractor in April 2021 notified Department of Urban Roads of his intention to resume the work. The contractor was requested to submit a revised work plan for completion of the works for review in June 2021. In view of the fact that the contractor has to date not submitted the program, the project has been recommended for termination and re-award. Work done to date includes 3,730 meters of concrete U-drains of various sizes, 2.75 kilometers of stabilized bays, and 4.53 kilometers of workload up to Drama C. The future program for this road is that all the three projects will be terminated and re-awarded by end of year 2021. Sulonosi to Buziama Road. This is a feeder road measuring 19 kilometers long and located in the Kintampo North municipality of the Bono East region. It is partially engineered with poor surface condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the rehabilitation of the road was awarded on 15th March 2016 and was expected to be completed on 30th May 2017. The contractor abandoned site and has unduly delayed the completion of the contract. As a result, final warning letter was issued on 20th July 2020 to the contractor to remobilize to site, but has since failed to comply. Physical progress of work is projected at 20%. The Department of Federal Roads has commenced the necessary process to terminate the contract for non-conformance. The future program
Honorable Minister, kindly hold on.
The project.
Yes, having regard to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the project will be terminated and re-awarded by end of year 2021. The third stretch of road in Tankro to Kunzu. Mr. Speaker, this is a feeder road measuring 24.1 kilometers long and located in the Kintampo North municipality of the Bono East region. It is an engineered surface condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no rehabilitation program on the road. The future program is that engineering design studies and estimates have been carried out, and the procurement of the works will be considered under the 2022 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask my first question. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know from our Honourable Road Minister if any certificates were raised for payment for the work those contractors have done.
Yes, Honorable Minister, do you have that information? Because that was not directly the question you asked. If you have the information, share it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, as work progresses, IPCs are raised and as they are raised, some are paid, and I know that the contractor working on the Kintampo Municipal Township, and if you care to know the name of the contractor, is Universal Construction and Engineering Limited. There was a certificate or a number of certificates raised totaling 1.39960 million Ghana cedis. And the contractor working on the selected roads in Kintampo, if you know, the name of the contractor is Resource Asset, and he has raised up to date certificates 1 and 2 and totaling about 3.24 million Ghana cedis. And the contractor working on the Sudonuazi to input, and the name of the contractor is Kilu AA Ghana Limited, has also cumulatively raised certificates up to about 4.4 million Ghana cedis. So yes, all these three contractors have raised certificates, and I know that from time to time when certificates are raised, they are paid. For instance, the contractor, the Resource Assets, working on the Kintampo roads, is a very good contractor, and I'm confident, and it's within my knowledge that he has been paid some amounts in the past. I thank you, Mr.
Speaker, let me commend the Minister of Roads for giving me the facts about the contractors working on the roads. I need to commend you for that. What I will ask as a second lesson is that, Mr. Speaker, with the Universal Construction Limited, I would like the road minister, if even not here, to try to find out if really they have been paid, the certificate they've raised. So is the Sronasi to Intrabank Road, if they are also paid, because if they are not paid and we are terminating their contracts, then we may not be fair to them as a nation. And so this question is, those to be terminated, if at all, those to be terminated, when are they going to be re-awarded?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, re-award naturally follows immediately the termination of a contract. There is an existing ongoing contract. So it stands to reason that once it's terminated, it must be given to a more competent contractor. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, if I could put something on record, I know that particularly we, the members of parliament, and I'm one of you, and I know the effect that we experience, or the effect on us, if contracts are awarded and delayed, and the contractors leave site. The pressure that all of us come under from our constituents, it has never been lost on me. And I want to assure you that currently my ministry is reviewing all such contracts. A lot of people come for jobs, they qualify, we give to them, only to realize that they don't have the capacity to execute the contract, even though they may have all the necessary relevant documents. But we all know that road construction is not a joke. You must come in prepared, must come in quite resourceful. I am putting this on record because it will come up. And Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I will need the support of all of you. Because at the end of the exercise, which is ongoing, all such delayed contractors or delayed projects, that cannot be attributed to the fault of the employer, and the employer is government. All of them are going to be terminated en masse. And to ensure that we deal with only potential contractors who have the capacity and who are resourceful. Very soon, there will be a lot of hue and cry in this country. And people will come up and say that we have terminated their contracts. I think my ministry and my good self will have the capacity to deal with it. If that matter comes up, all of us here and the people of this country are the sufferers, and I will need your support so that all these questions and answers and delays will end. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, still finding out from the road minister, and to alert him before the question, I beg you, for his knowledge. The contractor working on Sronasi to Ntraban Road, first, my investigation showed that he faced a challenge. There was a community, the road is 18.9 kilometers, where they were giving him first. Then when he was working and got to the first junction of a community, they had left out. The community people raised issues, and there was a conflict. That's one of the reasons that actually caused his delay. So in re-awarding or repackaging, if you could consider the people of Bewele, I'm talking of Sronasi, Bewele, and Trabang, Busema to Tichela Road. So the people of Bewele are left out. And if they are added, then it will be 19.5 kilometers. So in that case, I would like to ask that you kindly pardon the contractor because partly it's not his fault. Thank you.
Go and discuss this with the minister at his office. I'll move on to question number 99. The name of the honorable member for North Day, Ms. Jocelyn Tete. Very well. Jocelyn is not here. I'll go to question number 100. Honorable Manya Krogo. Bismarck Tete Nyaku.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways this very important question. The question is, when contractors working on the following roads in the Upper Manyakrobo district will return to site, and the timelines for the completion of those roads? Speaker 1, the road that leads from Akateria through Sekeswa to Sumwe Junction. the road that leads from Dawakolewa through Anyomoni to Asesewa Market. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Akateria to Sekesua to Samuel Johnson Road forms part of the Akateria Tiawanya feeder road measuring 21 kilometers. It is a gravel road with fair surface condition and located in the upper Menyakrobo district of the Eastern region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the bitumen surfacing of this road was awarded on 31st May 2018. Work commenced on 28th September 2018 and was expected to be completed on 27th January 2020. The contractor has lied due to delay in payment for work done. Progress of work is projected at 35% physical completion. Mr. Speaker, the future program for this road is that the continuation of the work is dependent on the employer's ability to honor payment for work done. 2. Kolewia to Anyaboni to Asisiwa Road. Mr. Speaker, this road forms part of the Mensa Dawa to Apinsu to Asisiwa feeder road measuring 24 kilometers. It is a gravel road with fair surface condition and located in the upper Menyakrobo district of the Eastern region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the bitumen surfacing of Mensa Dawa to Apinsu to Asisiwa feeder road was awarded on 31st May 2018. Works commenced on 26 July 2018 and was expected to be completed on 24 September 2020. The contractor vacated site due to delay in payment for work done. Progress of work is projected at 45% physical completion. Mr. Speaker, the continuation of the works is dependent on the employer's ability to honor payment for work done. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any follow-up questions, please?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I want to ask this Honorable Minister if you can tell us the employer for the two contractors and the source of financing such projects. Thank you, Speaker.
You mean the employer?
Yes, the employer.
If you didn't know the employer, why are you bringing the minister here? The employer is a ministry. That's why the minister is here. But can we ask another question? Frame your question.
Speaker, I asked that question because it is being circulated in the district that one of the projects is financed by GASEM. Another one, too, was said it is financed by the MP's Common Fund. I thought it's wise the minister would clear the air so that we all know whether it's government project, the ministry's project, or indeed financed by GASEM.
Honorable Minister, is any of the roads discussed financed by GASEM?
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that information is not available to me, so I will cross-check. But to the best of my knowledge, all these projects are government projects. And of course, every project is government project, even if it's being funded by any fund or by any organization. But we have roads being financed by Cocoa Board, but they are not Cocoa Board roads. They continue to be GOG roads, some roads being funded by some mining companies, but they still belong to government of Ghana because all roads are public roads. But I will check whether GASM is funding any of these roads. But for now, Mr. Speaker, that information is not available to me.
Yes, do you have any more follow-up questions?
Thank you, Speaker. My second question is to find out from the Minister what are the plans of when can government pay the contractor so they can continue the work?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, payment to contractors from Ministry of Finance sources, DOG sources, that from the consolidated fund, is in currency. And I've already indicated today that following the planned inauguration of the Road Fund Board next week, payment from the Road Fund would also commence. So any contractor that has done any work, either under GOG or Road Fund, and these are the two main sources of funding of government projects, is likely to be paid, as part of the, from now going into the next few months. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, these roads that we are talking about prior to the award of the contract were bitumen surface roads with potholes. Speaker, as we speak, the projected percentage of physical work completed has been reversed to even zero. The work done by the contractors that are yet to be paid has been washed away even by the rains. Speaker, my humble request to the Minister is that these two roads all lead to the market, that's the Sewa market and then the Sekeswa market. If the Minister can find a short-term solution for us, at least one or two graders, to reshape the road whilst we wait for the contractor to return to site. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Minister, do you have any plan to provide remedial measures while they wait for the contractor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, naturally, these roads will come under our regular and ongoing routine maintenance program. But fortunately for my honorable colleague, I know these particular roads within your constituency. I have personal knowledge of these roads. So I invite you that let's work together to make sure that we do something to make the roads more travel. And I know the importance, and everybody knows the importance of Asesua market until we do proper engineering and proper work, on these two roads. I thank you.
Very well. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 questions. Yes. Question number 100, 102. Honorable Member for Saboba, Joseph Nipe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the measures being put in place to resume construction works on the following roads which were abandoned since 2017. Mr. Speaker, they include Saboba Yendi, Saboba Cherponi, Ugando, Wapule, Sunsong roads. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Question 102.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Yendi Saboba Chiriponi Road is 103.4 kilometers long, classified as regional road known as R204. The road is made up of two sections: one, Yendi to Saboba, and two, Saboba to Chiriponi. Mr. Speaker, beginning with Yendi to Saboba, this road is 50.6 kilometers long. The road traverses towns and communities such as Yendi, Demon, Paba, Kunso, and Saboba in the Yendi and Saboba district of the Northern region. The bituminous portion of the road is in good condition, whilst the gravel portion of the road is in poor condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the road is under construction. The contract for the upgrading of Yendi to Saboba from kilometer 10 to kilometer 50.6, that is 40.6 kilometers, commenced on 19th November 2015 and was originally scheduled for completion on 20th November 2018. Progress of work, Mr. Speaker, is estimated at 51.4% fiscal completion. The contractor suspended work in March 2018 due to delayed payment. The contractor returned to site after several warnings, but his presence on site has been erratic with slow work rate. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the contractor is not on site, and again, warning letters have been issued to him to return to site. If the contractor fails to respond by end of August 2021, the necessary steps will be taken to terminate the contract for non-performance. However, the future program is that, Mr. Speaker, upon termination of the contract, the outstanding works will be repackaged for consideration in the 2022 budget for re-award to complete the project. 2. Saboba to Chiriponi Road. This road is 47 kilometers long. The road connects Saboba to Chiriponi on the National Road N14, which continues to Yaugu at the Ghana-Togo boundary. The road is gravel surface and in poor condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the road is under construction. The contract for the rehabilitation of this road, covering 47 kilometers, commenced on 25th January 2016 and was originally scheduled for completion on 25th January 2018. Progress of work is estimated at 55% fiscal completion. The contractor suspended works in September 2017 due to delayed payment. Several warning letters have been issued to the contractor to resume work, but all have proved futile. Notice of termination letters have been issued to the contractor, and if he fails to respond, the contract will be terminated for non-performance by end of August 2021. The future program, Mr. Speaker, is that upon termination of the contract, the outstanding works would be repackaged for consideration in the 2022 budget for re-award. 3, Ugando to Wapuli to Sunsun Road. Mr. Speaker, this road forms part of the Sakwebu Chiriponi Yaugu Road measuring 100 kilometers, which is a national road N14. The road is gravel surfaced and the condition is fair to poor. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the entire road is under construction and is packaged into 2 contract lots as follows. Lot 1 is the upgrading of Sakwebu to Chiriponi Road measuring 50 kilometers. This project commenced on 16 August 2016 and was originally scheduled for completion on 15 August 2019. Work progress is estimated at 17% physical completion. The contractor suspended works due to delayed payment, and the progress of work has been erratic. The contractor resumed work in the latter part of 2020, and work is progressing steadily. Mr. Speaker, the original completion date has expired, and this is being reviewed for extension of time for completion by end December 2021. Lot 2, involving upgrading of South Pegu to Chiriponi, also measuring 50 kilometers from kilometer 50 to kilometer 100. Mr. Speaker, the project commenced on 24th November 2016 and was originally scheduled for completion on 23rd November 2019. Work progress is estimated at 34% physical completion. The contractor suspended works due to delayed payment, and the progress of work has been erratic. The contractor resumed work in the latter part of 2020, and work is progressing at a satisfactory rate. Mr. Speaker, the original completion date has expired, and this is being reviewed for extension of time for completion by end of December 2021. The future program on this road is that, Mr. Speaker, the 2 contracts are being monitored closely, and any further delay on the part of the contractors will not be countenanced, and the necessary steps will be taken to terminate the contract for non-performance. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Any follow-up question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister in his answers indicated that the contractor, the Yendi Saboba Road, the contractor suspended works March 2018. Mr. Speaker, from 2017 to date, the contractors raised their interim payment certificates, which are not honored till date. I'm asking, if you're so desirous for the continuation and completion of the roads, why then the failure to honor the certificates that will actually get the contractor to get back to site and complete these roads?
Yes, Honorable Minister, why aren't you paying them to return to work?
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do not have that vital information with me here for certificate raised and payments done. So I cannot say that no payment has been effected at all. Whilst there might be some outstanding payments, because I will have to cross-check the number of IPCs paid, if any or how many have been honored, and what is outstanding. But obviously, some amount will be outstanding, because I indicated in my answer that the delay in executing the work and even the fact that the abandoned site was due to delay in payment. So obviously that is not in contention, but for the fact that nothing has been paid at all, since I don't have the information here, I cannot either admit or deny that, but I'll cross-check.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister admits that the delay was due to non-payment of the IPCs. But my issue is that we are in the rainy season in the north, and very soon Saboba will be cut off from the rest of the country due to poor or bad road in our district. I want the minister to tell me what emergency measures will he put in place so that this year round we will continue to be part of Ghana and not cut off from the rest of the country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can really assure my colleague and my very good friend, the honorable member, that it is not in the interest of anybody, and for that matter, not in the interest of government, to see any part of our country cut off. So we shall continue to work closely together. And it's not only in the Chiripone constituency, your constituency involving Sabuba and Chiripone, respectfully, but any part of Ghana, government will not wish that any part is cut off. And should even that happen, and we don't wish that, we won't wait for it, but should even that happen, I can assure you, wherever it happens, any part of this country, that problem will be dealt with under emergency basis. But we continue to keep watch on all roads, and we continue to carry out routine maintenance. And we know all such trouble spots. We have them in our database. So we shall keep close eye and make sure your constituency is not cut off. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, it is true that the minister is my good friend, but on this occasion, I want him to let our friendship reflect in my roots so that the friendship will be consolidated the more. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. Yes, Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question number 99, filed by member for North Dai, has communicated with the member for South Dai to ask the question.
We lost it. We have too many questions already.
Mr. Speaker, it's just a short question, which will take 2 minutes.
I know the business committee will reschedule it, but today we already still have 2 minutes.
It's better we spend 2 minutes to do this than for the minister to come again.
Well, the minister will come here every week anyway. And so already I'm enduring so much pain myself. I want us to move on. Honorable Minister, thank you. You are discharged. Yes. On this, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, before the application was made, leadership conferred, and we agreed to humbly appeal to Mr. Speaker to grant this special leave for question number 99. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm adding my voice to the application by Honorable.
Earlier on in the
Mr.
day,
Speaker, we are not
at the
challenging you.
leadership meeting, only the deputy whip was available. And I complained about the number of questions for one day, knowing that there was only one speaker. The speaker has no support. So I understand your situation, but I think that we must move on. I still have about 6 more questions.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we can't challenge you. We're only pleading that it's just this one. We are only pleading. Mr. Speaker, it's just a plea from both sides. We are in your hands. Mr. Speaker may live long.
Both sides can
Mr. Speaker
get
may
out
live long.
and go and come back.
Mr. Speaker has a long life ahead of.
Mr. Speaker doesn't have that privilege.
Mr.
of
Speaker,
going
you
back
have a
and
long
forth.
life.
Sorry?
Mr. Speaker may have a long life.
Well, if
Mr.
if
Speaker,
you insist,
you will
I'll
have a long
suspend
life.
sitting for 1 hour and stretch and come back. Because
Mr. Speaker, Minister is ready to close it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Have a long life.
I haven't agreed. I'm saying that you gentlemen are not being sympathetic towards the speaker. If we insist, I'll suspend sitting for 1 hour, then we'll all come back and resume proceedings. Otherwise, today I'm enduring such back pain. There are 2 other ministers waiting to answer questions. But very well, you ask your question.
Mr. Speaker,
Thank you very much.
I thank you. Mr. Speaker, rise towards the Minister for Roads and Highways when works on the following roads will be completed. 1, Botoku to Chohor roads, and 2, Wadamahe to Aveti. Mr. Speaker, if I may take the opportunity to correct the spelling of Chohor, it is Tsorxo. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Botoku to Suzo Road, Choko Road, sorry for the pronunciation, Botoku to Choko Road forms part of the Wako Trupe Botoku feeder road measuring 23.6 kilometers and located in the North Dai district of the Volta region. The first section, which starts from Wapo to Botoku, measuring 10.6 kilometers, is tarred and in fair condition. The second section from Botoku through Choko to the bank of the Dai River, measuring 8 kilometers, is gravel surface in fair condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the contract for the bitumen surfacing of Bako to Chokwe to Botoku, phase 3, that is from kilometer 11.6 to kilometer 19.6, that's covering 8 kilometers, commenced on 18th November 2016 and was expected to be completed on 18th November 2017. The expected completion period was extended to 28th August 2021. Work done to date, Mr. Speaker, include 8 kilometers clearing and formation, 2,026 meter cube of cutting to formation, 4,070 meters of 600 millimeter concrete U-drains, and 3.5 kilometer of sub-base. Progress of work to date is projected at 36% physical completion. The contractor has suspended work due to delay in payment. 2. Wadamake to Abeti. Mr. Speaker, this is a feeder road measuring 8.6 kilometers and is located in the North Dai district of the Volta region. It is a gravel road in fair condition. Currently, contract for the upgrading of Wadamake to Aveti Feeder Road was awarded in 2016 under the Cocoa Road Program. The works commenced on 10th January 2017 and was scheduled for completion by 10th January 2018. Cocoa Board instructed the suspension and re-scoping of the works up to the sub-base level, and this has been completed. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable Minister, I think I cannot discharge you. Thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. There are 5 more questions. Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I may have to thank you again for your magnanimity. God bless you once again. Mr. Speaker, having wished you well and asked for more blessings for you, may I have your leave to apply for a variation of the order of business for us to go to addendum order paper motion, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, we have no objection to the variation of the order of business.
Very well. Addendum order paper.
Mr. Speaker,
motion.
I beg to move this House to adopt the report of the representative from the Parliament of Ghana to ECOWAS Parliament on the first ordinary session of ECOWAS Parliament held in Abuja from 27 May to 12 June 2021. Mr. Speaker, I move the House in terms of the report by your committee. And in doing so, I humbly pray that, with your leave, Hansard Department do capture the report in its entirety as though same was read by me viva voce in expresso. Mr. Speaker, as you may be well aware, your delegation is made up of 8 members. Mr. Speaker, all of them were present at the said meeting. Swearing in of members from Togo, Niger, Burkina Faso took place. Mr. Speaker, our own President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who is the head of authorities of the sub-region, addressed the session. Mr. Speaker, in addressing the session, he took us through what the COVID pandemic has done to our economy and the economy of West Africa. He also drew the attention of the House to the situation in Mali and urged the cooperation of all. He took turn to also raise the issue of security in the sub-region and the need for all of us to support efforts by the authorities of head of state in helping deal with the situation. Mr. Speaker, country reports were submitted and adopted. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion of the 31-page report, it is the position of your committee as follows. That, Mr. Speaker, participants had the opportunity to assess the progress of work made towards full integration of ECOWAS sub-region and for accelerated socio-economic development. That in this regard, your committee is of the view that all of us are to strive hard to achieve the vision of full integration and development of the sub-region for the benefit of citizens in West Africa. Mr. Speaker, with this, your committee is grateful to you and the leadership for facilitating the participation of Parliament of Ghana in the said session. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully submit.
Let the record reflect that you're not a committee, you're a delegation to the ECOWAS Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, cue taking. Mr. Speaker, therefore, wherever, Mr. Speaker, I had submitted by introducing committee, same being so corrected to read delegation. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful to you. Thank you so much.
Yes. Yes, Honourable Member, you may. Second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support to second the motion moved by the leader of the ECOWAS delegation. As it is clearly stated in our report, a lot of issues were discussed in Abuja. That was from May to June. And a lot of regulations and resolutions were made. And I would like to request the House to approve this report submitted by the leader of the delegation. Some of the, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to refer to my notes. Some of the regulations and the issues that were resolved were to strengthen monitoring and financial cooperation in the ECOWAS community, to regulation of ECOWAS Hydromet initiative. This has to do with disaster risk management and climate adaptation. Then third, regulation on gender strategy and action plan for disaster risk reduction. And this one has to do with women, children, and persons with disability. In case there's a disaster, how these people will be supported. Another regulation
Mr. Speaker, to take the seat.
Regulation on regional flood risk management strategy. There were a number of regulations that were discussed and approved. But, Mr. Speaker, I made a personal observation and I would like to put it before the House. If you look at the ECOWAS levy, from the various reports presented by the various countries, I was not particularly impressed with the attitude of member states with regards to the payment of the levy. Because if you look at the ECOWAS as a community, we are so much dependent on this particular levy to run the activities of the ECOWAS community. So if it so happens that member states are not paying much attention to the payment of this levy, it means a lot. And this can affect the activities of the community. So with this, I would like to appeal that some measures are taken to ensure that member states pay more attention to the payment of these levies. In example, like maybe the introduction of interest rate in case a member state is not paying. As the time they will hold these monies, and interest should be attached to it so that member states will always be in the hurry to pay their levies. Mr. Speaker, with regards to security situation, I think we need to pay much attention to Mali, Nigeria, and Burkina Faso. This, our nearby countries' security situations is not good. And Ghana, we must take key interest in this, our nearby countries' situation, so that it won't escalate to our borders. Mr. Speaker, with this, I second the motion moved by the leader of the delegation. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Dafiamapo.
Mr. Speaker, Thank you for the opportunity to add few words in support of the motion ably moved by the indefatigable Deputy Majority Leader and Leader of the Delegation. Mr. Speaker, it's very instructive going through the report to discover that indeed our respective member representations to the ECOWAS Parliament is to be elected on through universal adult suffrage. And Mr. Speaker, if I may refer the House to page 6 of the report, particularly paragraph 4, subparagraph 5, the President of the House, and indeed the Speaker of the House, made reference to that and urged the ECOWAS community to take concrete steps to ensure that future representations are through universal adult suffrage to further anchor our democratic credentials. Mr. Speaker, indeed, this point also finds favor with the speech delivered by the President of the Republic of Ghana, who is also the chairman of the ECOWAS, that's His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, he says at paragraph 12 of the report, and it is reported that the President made reference to paragraph 1 of Article 18 of the Supplementary Act relating to the enhancement of the powers of the ECOWAS Parliament, which stipulates that representatives shall be elected by direct universal suffrage by the citizens of member states. He averred that elections by direct universal suffrage will give true legitimacy to the institution and foster the requirement of accountability to citizens of the region. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important requirement that as a country we must take steps to give effect to. Mr. Speaker, one other matter that the President of the Republic and Chairman of the ECOWAS touched on in his address to the ECOWAS Assembly is the fact that the continual closure of borders indeed will frustrate spirit of integration as a sub-region. And Mr. Speaker, the report has this to say, that the President expressed concern about the closure of borders within the community and indicated that every effort must be made to keep the borders open at all times to advance the integration objective. It's understandable that member states have concerns relating to the spread of the deadly virus, illegal movements of arms, ammunition and drugs, and uncontrolled transhuman incursions. The President pointed out that closures impede free movement of people and goods, thus affecting livelihoods. For the region to enhance its fortunes and make the necessary gains from African Continental Free Trade Area, that's AFTA, it's important to find systemic measures to tackle these challenges and ensure that the borders do not become instruments of retrogression, particularly now the African economies are dwindling due to multiple socio-economic challenges occasioned by COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, this is very instructive that our President is imploring other heads of state to take steps to open up our borders, whilst indeed as a country certain parts of our borders remain closed. And so I think that this is an opportunity to call on the President to open up our borders with our neighbors. Mr. Speaker, may I touch on the issue raised by one of our own, Justice Edward Asante, who is the President of the ECOWAS Court. Mr. Speaker, Justice Asante, very erudite, very seasoned judge, Ghanaian, and he raised certain pertinent issues when he too got the opportunity to address the ECOWAS Parliament. Particularly his concerns, Mr. Speaker, are captured at page 8 of the report. If you look at paragraph 3 and 4 on that page, is of the view that whilst in other sister unions, judges are given the opportunity to serve on the average 5 years, 7 years, or 9 years, as ECOWAS, we have rather reduced the tenure of judges from 5 to 4. And that to him affects the longevity first and the impact that they make on the work of the. And so he was urging the ECOWAS Parliament to take steps to look at what prevails in other sister blocks so that they can revert, particularly perhaps to a 5-year tenure for the judges. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I thank you for the opportunity.
Let me give the opportunity to the gentleman behind. Since you are with leadership, you always have a bite. Where is his leadership bench? And I'm sure he has some stature. That's why he's there. Oh, why? You are demoting him? Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to also add my voice to the motion moved by my able Deputy Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, if you look at page 4 of the report, the Right Honorable Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament, in my considered view, need our attention, especially if we want to move the sub-region forward. Mr. Speaker, issue of integration. We are in a sub-region with diverse strengths, abilities, and diversities. And I think that this is the right time for us to leverage on these unique abilities for our collective progress and development. The era of fear and suspicion must give way to mutual trust. I remember our first president talked about United States of Africa. I think when we keep on engaging, we should be able to integrate to our benefits. Integration, for me, will advance economic progress and development. Mr. Speaker, the issue about trans-border crimes, this is becoming a headache on us because day in and day out, you hear of terrorist attacks, you hear of petty crimes and all that. How do we come together to fight this menace? And I think that our military forces must work in concert to be able to address this challenge that is gradually bringing our respective countries on their knees. Because where we don't have peace and security, it will be difficult for us to attract investments that we need to propel our respective countries forward. Honorable Speaker, another issue he talked about, that is paragraph 4.4, has to do with the adoption of the strategic plan. The Speaker, I think this is very important because the plan provides direction for the House to execute its projects, programs, and other activities. And I think that it will be a step in the right direction for national parliaments such as ours to have copies of the strategic plan for us to study so that we know what is going on in the ECOWAS Parliament and other jurisdictions. The Speaker, COVID-19 pandemic also was addressed, and at the end of 26 May 2021, about 20,485 cases, active cases had been recorded. How do we deal with this pandemic, Mr. Speaker? And I think that we should be very proactive in dealing with this matter.
Because if we're not able to do it, we are going to be at a disadvantage in terms of losing lives, in terms of losing investment and all that. Speaker, I think I have to conclude by referring us to page 10 of the report, the speech made by our unique and very dynamic president, Nana Adamko Akufo-Addo. The Speaker, he talked about security, and I think that what he meant to say was that insecurity compromises our quest to make progress. And he said that apart from people living in constant fear and uncertainty, the region cannot expect to attract the requisite levels of investment should this continue. And I want to take the opportunity to call on our security agencies to be proactive enough and ensure that we don't live in fear and panic, but we live in peace, we live in tranquility. That is how we can get foreign persons to come and help us to build this country. The Speaker, on the whole, I think that the report is rich with intervention and ideas, and its adoption will help us to make progress moving forward. On that score, I want to thank you for the opportunity for me to add my voice to the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the report from our representatives at the ECOWAS Parliament. Indeed, going through the report is an indication that a lot of work was really done by the ECOWAS Parliament in such a short period. Mr. Speaker, I start my comments from the contribution made by our own from page 8. That's Justice Edward Asante, who is the Justice of the ECOWAS Court, and specifically talking about the need for institutional memory, and that if the tenure is so shortened to the 4 years as indicated by a previous contributor, it makes it quite difficult for the ECOWAS Court to have the necessary memory that it needs to be able to build itself to deal with cases and issues that will come before them. And it's therefore very important to urge our representative that in the next consideration, this matter that was raised by the Justice of the ECOWAS Court is seriously given some attention, and the issue of tenure worked on. Again, the message from the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, Dr. Taylor, also important subject, Mr. Speaker, that is the growing youth population in West Africa. And she says, among other things, that about 60% of Africa's population comprise of the youth. And we need to be planning so well for this young population and the opportunities that we will be creating for them in the foreseeable future. And one such platform is integration of our individual states so that we can open much more opportunity, create market space for the young ones who would want to go into various forms of work, businesses, to have a larger market to deal with. Mr. Speaker, another area of interest to me in looking at the report is the regulation on ECOWAS Hydromet initiative. That is to do much more with our weather and the reporting issues. These days, we kind of hear of all kinds of disasters, and we recently just witnessed what happened in Europe and countries that suffered so much. They have a very good warning system, and I'm sure that is what helped to save a situation. You can imagine, Mr. Speaker, if this should happen in our part of the world. And that is why ECOWAS consideration of developing systems where we will be able to aid each other in terms of weather report will help so much in agriculture, in health, in our transport system, road, aviation, and what have you. And I want to really encourage our member states to look into that matter quite seriously. Other area of concern, Speaker, to me, is the report by the Joint Committee on Political Affairs, Peace and Security. And mention was made of situation, especially in Mali. Truly, Mr. Speaker, if we want to fight terrorism that is affecting our various countries, then we need to take into consideration what is happening in the various countries. And that is why I join in supporting this very good report that was done, but to draw the chairman's attention to a misspell of the name of the vice president of Liberia on page 4. Even though other pages had it correct, page 4, the last paragraph had the name written as Taylor, as in someone who is involved in sowing. So if that can be corrected and captured appropriately, as was spelled in other pages, is Taylor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I don't know what the pleasure of the House is. You want us to continue? Was there other matters?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But definitely, Deputy Whip will get the opportunity. Yes, Deputy Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make few comments in support of the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I've gone through the report, and it is a very good report. It gives me hope that our representatives in the ECOWAS Parliament are on top of plans on the sub-region. Mr. Speaker, having been a member of the ECOWAS Parliament before, I have some few issues to raise. The first one is in connection with the enhancement of the powers of the community parliament. And Mr. Speaker, they're talking about direct election on universal adult suffrage. Mr. Speaker, take a look at our delegation and the composition, the kind of diversity that we have brought together before sending them to the ECOWAS Parliament. It is on that basis that the report is as rich as it is today, because we did a very good consultation before using Parliament as an electoral college to elect you to go and represent us. Now you are talking of election on universal adult suffrage in the sub-region. Mr. Speaker, how is it going to be? And who is going to bear the cost? Have we taken cognizance of that? Universal adult suffrage. Look at the quality of our team. Will universal adult suffrage on direct basis produce such a result? The answer is no. Democracy can produce any results. But sometimes a guided democracy will give you the best. And that is what we are doing now. Why do you want to change this status quo? Mr. Speaker, I will go against that. Considering the number of countries that constitute the community parliament, about 16. When you go through the report, Mr. Speaker, they themselves are saying that 6 or 7 out of the 15 countries are facing security problems. That notwithstanding, they've been able to use your current status to be able to elect some people to go and represent you. Fancy the whole sub-region, ECOWAS, going into direct election of universal adult suffrage to produce 150 members to go to Abuja to constitute the ECOWAS Parliament. Ghana is a peaceful country. We will do our ways. Niger may not be able to do, Mali may not be able to do, Burkina may not be able to do. Are we going to wait for them until they finish before we go and constitute an ECOWAS parliament? I have an issue with that. The main problem of ECOWAS parliament is your advisory status. Are you saying you don't have legitimacy? That is why your laws are not binding. The heads of state of the community parliament must take that one, tackle that issue. We are in a sub-region where nobody wants to relax his liberties or his powers more. You are a sovereign country. You want to have your sovereign laws. You have a community parliament with advisory status. ECOWAS parliament had been with advisory status from 1852 in the pre-colonial era. And that's what we still have. If you want your laws to be biting, we should know what to do. The panacea for that is not by direct elections on universal adult suffrage. Then the second issue, Mr. Speaker, when you meet there, out of the 15 countries, we have only 5, Ghana, Nigeria, Liberia, Gambia, and Sierra Leone also, as the only English-speaking countries. Mr. Speaker, in the elections you go in the community parliament, be it ECOWAS, African Union, IPU, in the continental elections, Mr. Speaker, the English-speaking countries are always marginalized, and we have voted against. So why should I support direct election on universal adult suffrage? I remember recently we were in IPU. When we went to Russia with Professor Michael Quay, there was a vacancy. Myself and the majority leader, we were all parading our minority leader to represent us. Before we realized, Senegal, Guinea, the African countries, we were there and they were speaking French. And we didn't know what they were saying. They just produced the results and we were nowhere to be found. Mr. Speaker, that brings me to a serious issue that we must take English speaking as a second language in our basic schools. We must take it serious. We must take French, teaching of French in our basic schools, compulsory. It should be as a core subject, just as we take English. Mr. Speaker, we are all fighting for limited spaces. Whether we like it or not, we can't live in isolation. We will move with them. If you go to the French embassy now, the French ambassador to Ghana will speak English and speak French. And he speaks the English as fluent just as we speak. And he can add the French too. So speaking of French should be taken as a compulsory, or teaching of French should be taken as a compulsory subject in our basic schools, so that when our children go on the international arena, we can still be competitive. Other than that, we are narrowing our opportunities, and that is narrowing the spaces available for the future of our children. Mr. Speaker, having commented on that, let me go to the last one. The last one, Mr. Speaker, is like, if you go through the report, the whole 150 members were all lamenting, including the head of state. They were lamenting seriously on the closure of borders. And they were thinking about the success of the African continental free trade. Mr. Speaker, it is African continental free trade, not ECOWAS continental free trade. So if countries in the sub-region, all the 15, 16 countries in the ECOWAS or in the community, which we all know ECOWAS is a community or economic integration community. If you can make economic gains to be able to achieve the goals for the formation of ECOWAS, we must tackle the closure of the borders with all seriousness and sincerity. The big men who met there, the heads of states who were there to talk about the closure of borders, it's like, Mr. Speaker, you close your door and you are lamenting that why should the door be closed? Who closed it? Heads of state, members of community parliament lamenting on the closure of borders. Meanwhile, you were all able to go there. Mr. Speaker, we represent the people. The earlier we open the borders, the better. We can't be glorifying African continental free trade. Meanwhile, we are criticizing the colonial masters for the Brazzaville Conference of 1844-1885, where Africa was parceled out for the European communities. Now, we are closing the borders, and we are still lambasting them. We have no reason to criticize our colonial masters if we continue to close the borders and create artificial barriers for ourselves. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to end by commending the team and also commending the community parliament and the heads of state, especially when they touch on the ECOWAS election observer teams and said that when the election observer teams come and observe elections, their recommendations are always not implemented. Now, who cause them? We levy our people, we give you money, we pay you, you come, we give you tasks, come and observe elections, you observe the elections, you go, your recommendations are not implemented, and you are lamenting. Next election, you come again. Even though 20 recommendations were not implemented, 2016 were not implemented, 2012 were not implemented. And when you come 2024, you will still give recommendations. And go and say they are not implemented. What is it that they are not being implemented? We must find the root causes and solve it. So that in the next report, this phrase or this sentence that the recommendations of ECOWAS election observer missions are always not implemented will not be found in that report. This time, they must be implemented. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I still commend our team for a very good job done. Keep it up.
Yes, Honorable Bejira.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I also rise to support a motion and request that this House will adopt our report submitted to this House. Mr. Speaker, one thing that is clear about the ECOWAS Parliament as an institution within the ECOWAS community is the fact that we have three arms of government. We have the judiciary, that is the ECOWAS court. We have the ECOWAS Commission itself, that's where the heads of state and the ministers or the commissioners meet. And then we have the legislature, that's the ECOWAS Parliament, as part of the institution of state. Mr. Speaker, we have noticed during our deliberation that most of the things that decisions that we take at the ECOWAS Parliament do not, comes down to the various countries for implementation. Even becomes most people or most parliament, national parliament, do not ratify it. Mr. Speaker, the current speaker, Dr. Sibide Tunis, has made it clear that we will follow through to make sure that every decision that is taken will monitor and make sure national parliament ratify those decisions and those laws or whatever we have decided on over there. Mr. Speaker, during our meeting, one thing also that has come to fore is the fact that the insecurity in our sub-region is worrying, more especially when our colleagues from Mali, as the report has stated, were asked to go home when we met the first time because the ECOWAS Commission, the chairman of the ECOWAS Commission, met with his other colleagues in Ghana here and took a decision that Mali should be suspended from the ECOWAS community, from the institution. And when we agreed that we were going to suspend them, the ECOWAS court came with a letter that we should allow them to be part and parcel of the ECOWAS court. Yes, so that brought some misunderstanding between the court as an institution and that of the legislature as interference. So we largely agree that since the head of state have agreed that they should be suspended from the ECOWAS itself, we will also not allow them because we've noticed that we have elected members of parliament from the previous national parliament who also wanted to be part of ECOWAS parliament because they were delegates of the ECOWAS parliament. Then the junta also sent another delegation to be part. So there was confusion. Two teams came, to be part of the ECOWAS parliament. who do you accept? Do you accept the junta, or you accept those who were elected and before the coup? And so the community parliament decided that just as the commission has agreed with the heads of state, they should stay off ECOWAS until they resolve their issue. Insecurity in our sub-region is worrying. Mr. Speaker, Nigeria, for instance, as we were discussing their country report, we've noticed that Nigeria has a serious problem. Even those of us when they were afraid to go out in the evening because of the insecurity. The bandits will come and take people away if you are not careful. You are locked out somewhere and they will demand money before you are released. The insecurity in our sub-region is becoming unbecoming. And this is the time we should voice it out from our national parliament, not only ECOWAS parliament, from a national parliament, that our heads of state must sit up and make sure that security of our state are not taken lightly at all. Why do we have this insecurity, Mr. Speaker? If you take Cote d'Ivoire, for instance, as we're discussing the national report, we've noticed that Cote d'Ivoire, before the election, they have to change their constitution, they have to amend their constitution for the prime minister to go for his third term. And these are the issues that Mr. Speaker, the president of Cote d'Ivoire should go for a third term because their constitution was amended. And we think that as a body, as a community, we should begin to speak against some of these things so that nobody will take arms and begin to force his brother out, create our sub-region. Taking Guinea, Conakry, for instance, it was the same thing. It was the same thing that's happening in our sub-region, Mr. Speaker. The other issue has to do with gender parity, and I want to do my heart for Cape Verde. Cape Verde has come out with a law on gender parity, and they are doing extremely well when it comes to issue of women taking position in some regions. And I think it's time for us to also adopt their strategy of gender parity. It's unfortunate that when we're going as a Ghanaian delegation, we have only one lady amongst us. We're expecting that we'll have two ladies, one from the two sides of the house. But unfortunately, only one side of the house sent a woman to ECOWAS Parliament. And that thing, I think, Mr. Speaker, your delegation must look at it, to have at least 2 women out of the 8 members of delegation. Since Ghana has been hailed highly, that we are doing extremely well when it comes to issues of gender, we should have that also as part of it. Mr. Speaker, let me also use this opportunity to thank Ghana for allowing His Excellency to be re-elected again as the chairman of heads of state. We are proud that Ghana has taken the lead again, once again, in spite of all this COVID situation, where things are not normal, as we are not in the normal time. We still have good hopes that as he takes over, the issue of our boundaries, closure of our borders, he will spearhead to make sure that our borders will be open to our people so that we can have integration through our local transport system. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to put the motion on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, I will begin by commending the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic of Ghana and Chairman of Authority of Heads of State and Government of ECOWAS. Mr. Speaker, he came to grace the occasion for the opening ceremony, which was very commendable, and he needs to be commended for that. Mr. Speaker, a lot have been said by my colleagues, and I want to touch a little on the security situations within the sub-region. Some issues were discussed or that came up during the session were drug and child trafficking. It was a basic issue that came up during the session for discussion. And ECOWAS Parliament as an institution is making all efforts to make sure that this thing should become a thing of the past, or we should be able to reduce it to the barest minimum. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, proliferation of small arms also came up as a big issue. We look around that there have been some insurgencies within the sub-region, and this proliferation of arms is also a big issue that needs to be looked at. And again, also organized crime, money laundering, terrorism and cyber crimes were some of these issues that came up during the section. Mr. Speaker, some other dignitaries, important dignitaries, were also invited to the section, and among some of these were the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia. She stated that, Mr. Speaker, about 60% of African population are youth. Therefore, we need to develop the potentials of these youth who are going to be the future leaders of our countries. And if we are able to do that, Mr. Speaker, it takes all concerted efforts of the various presidents to provide a lot of facilities, a lot of opportunities for these youth to be able to get trained in some jobs, in some skills, so that instead of concentrating on jobs and other things, they will not go into civil wars and other issues. Mr. Speaker, another issue that came up also was about the payment of levies by the various countries. Some countries have not been paying levy, and that is the only source of funding for the ECOWAS Parliament as an institution. Ghana was an exceptional country which has been a paid-up member for this levy, and Ghana was commended for that. Mr. Speaker, there are also issues about peace and security within the sub-region which need to be tackled drastically. What we have realized now is that ECOWAS Parliament has tried in making sure that some institutions get established to be able to deal with political issues within the sub-region. Currently, what we are trying to do is that individual countries are urged to form a cohesion sort of arrangement with other countries to be able to deal with political issues in peace. I would end by saying that ECOWAS Parliament as an institution in all aspects of its work so that they will be able to deliver of the best to support the sub-region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leaders. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I should thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion for the adoption of the report of Ghana's representative to the ECOWAS Parliament, and Mr. Speaker, in doing so, to commend our able representatives at the ECOWAS Parliament, at least for this report. We are assured by the content of the report, Mr. Speaker, that there was a swearing in and a major delivery by the President of the ECOWAS Parliament. Mr. Speaker, even before I refer you to some pages of the report for purpose of making my contribution, I heard the Deputy Whip, the Honorable Ahmed, disagree with the principle of direct election of members of the ECOWAS Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the ECOWAS Parliament must necessarily be styled on the model of the European Parliament. And the European Parliament has directly elected representatives of up to 750 or 736 members of Parliament who are directly elected representing the 500 million European citizens. Therefore, I want to humbly disagree with him. It is an objective for the future, an ambition for the future. The ECOWAS Parliament must work towards that as a goal. That is how we can enrich the frontiers of democracy and allow for direct election. Mr. Speaker, the European Union Parliament
and that's the other challenge I'll throw to our delegation to the ECOWAS Parliament. You are talking about the legislative branch, ECOWAS Parliament. What has happened to the judicial branch? What has happened to the executive branch? We only know our president is favored today as chairman of ECOWAS. Kudos. But what has happened to the European, African ECOWAS Court of Justice? What's the status? You see, you are building, and you are to build strong and viable institutions. So having only the legislative branch of an ECOWAS Parliament, in my view, Mr. Speaker, is just not enough. And therefore, our delegation must provide leadership in advocating strongly for the establishment of the ECOWAS Court, the judicial organ of it. We already have the executive, which is the ECOWAS Heads of State, currently chaired by our president. Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to portions of the committee's report, in particular page 6, paragraph 46, political situation in Mali. And Mr. Speaker, I just paraphrase this paragraph for purposes of the emphasis of mine. The Speaker indicated that Africa has been following closely unfolding developments in Mali. Earlier in the year, the ECOWAS Parliament embarked on a fact-finding mission to Mali and held discussion with all stakeholders in the transition process. Mr. Speaker, we are calling on our delegation to go strongly and advocate for the return of democratic rule and democratic governance in Mali. This is what we expect of them. Those days are over when African states allow for these interventions. Mr. Speaker, look at Ghana's democracy. With all its weaknesses and infractions, we are a democracy. Mali cannot be a proud member of ECOWAS when it does not meet minimum democratic criteria. So, Mr. Speaker, we expect President Nana Addo Dankwa to provide leadership. And the leadership is that he must facilitate an early resolution of the crisis in Mali, which resolution must necessarily bring about the needed democratic reforms in Mali to make it stable for it to get developed. Mr. Speaker, may I further now refer you to the committee's report. And this time, Mr. Speaker, over ambitious goals. And I'll refer, Mr. Speaker, to page 20. But, Mr. Speaker, before I go to page 20, it is my argument that wherever in this report you have human rights, the human should be spelled with capital H. That is my view. So you have human rights, then when you come to the second line in page 16, second line, human rights, it should always be human rights with a capital H. That is the global standard when it comes to those matters of human rights and fundamental freedoms. But, Mr. Speaker, as I said, let me conclude while supporting this by cautioning, Mr. Speaker, there are some ambitious goals in this report. And, Mr. Speaker, when you go to page 20, for instance, a ratio of budget deficit not less than or equal to 3%. Ghana, even our fiscal responsibility act puts it somewhere around 5%. We are not there yet. A percent of budget deficit less than or equal to percentage of the previous year tax revenue by the Bank of Ghana Act in Ghana is 10% of previous year's total revenue. And, Mr. Speaker, my emphasis here, normal exchange rate plus or minus 10%. Ghana is currently doing, in the last few years, 13% depreciation of the cedi, which is affecting us. Then, worst of all, Mr. Speaker, total public debt to GDP ratio less than or equal to 70%. Ghana is currently at 76.1%, as officially reported, and as reported by the IMF and the World Bank, higher than that. In fact, only yesterday, the IMF, after issuing its Article 4 report, stated that Ghana risks becoming a debt-distressed country. And therefore, Parliament will have to take a position to limit and narrow the taste of government for borrowing, because it can lead to some worsening economic situation in our country. We've already been downgraded. Mr. Speaker, lastly is affirmative action. I know your position on the matter. You have encouraged that Parliament should pass an affirmative action bill. Mr. Speaker, we are still waiting for Ghana's affirmative action bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, if Ghana is to achieve anything meaningful in increasing the participation of women in public life and in public service, it is my strong argument that the 1992 Constitution will have to be amended. Because in East Africa, the proportional representation, whether Kenya, Uganda, or Tanzania, or Eritrea, or Zanzibar as part of Tanzania, they have managed through the proportion to increase through the quota system for women. We are not able to do that because the 1992 Constitution, you cannot discriminate on the basis of gender. And therefore, even as the Constitution of Ghana is carved, I do not see how, unless, Mr. Speaker, we decide that constituencies such as mine, which is a safe seat, when I'm exiting as I will exit, in some foreseeable future, I encourage a woman to run for Tamale South. Then that woman is sure that she'll come back to Parliament as a woman. And probably for the Honorable Chairman's Bonsu seat, safe seat, dedicated to a woman. But Mr. Speaker, women here cannot endure the rigorous abuses and sometimes insults associated with it. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. Again, our President will have to focus on the fight against terrorism and its imminent threat to Ghana, particularly from Burkina Faso through the Sahelian region and remnants of people from the fallout from destroyed Libya. I hear that close to Paga Hamili and some other areas in the Upper West and Upper East region, there are real, genuine infiltrations into the territories of Ghana. And therefore, the Minister for Defense, the Minister for Interior, Minister for National Security will have to pay particular attention to northern Ghana. The risk of terrorists, I know your intelligence are working. Many of them have come in on motorbikes, Mr. Speaker, and some of them trying to hide preaching in the name of religion. Islam is a peaceful religion. Indeed, that's the meaning of Islam, peace. And therefore, people should not hide in the name of Islam to do those evil things in the name of religion. But we will have to up our game, Mr. Speaker, because the threat of terrorism is real in Ghana. I know that our national intelligence is at it, our security ministers is at it, but our success can only be measured not only in prayers, but in equipping you adequately to stand it. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I support the motion. Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me take the opportunity to thank all colleagues who caught your eye to have a bite on the issues raised in the report. Indeed, we are the ambassadors of Ghana's Parliament to the sub-region. The concerns raised have been well noted, and same shall be carried out when we go on our next mission. I thank members once again for supporting the motion. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. As many as are against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we come back to question number 91.
Honorable members, I grant the application of the Deputy Majority Leader. We go back to the original order paper at page 3, question 91. This question stands in the name of the Honorable Member for South Tong, the Honorable Kwabena Mensah Woyomi. I think the Minister has already taken the chair, and so please, Honorable Member, you may ask the question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture what role the ministry is playing to ensure that Ghana is showcased and marketed in a unique manner as a tourism destination, as Ghana is preparing to host the All-African Games in 2023, involving over 54 countries participating, besides several thousands of athletes, business people, and officials attending. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry, through its agency, the Ghana Tourism Authority, have been working closely with the local organizing committee of the Ministry of Youth and Sports to oversee the organization of the Games. Amongst others, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Tourism is leveraging the Games in 4 key areas. 1, cultural infusion. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry has proposed the infusion of cultural elements in the opening and closing ceremonies of the All-African Games. Kente sash will be presented to all participating countries, and athletes' shirts will be sewn for coaches as gift items as they depart the country. We also have branded dresses to be worn by ladies to team practices. So, Speaker, we also have sales of made in Ghana items at all stadia. Number 2, marketing. So, Speaker, the GTA is using this event as a key advertising and marketing opportunity for the country's tourism. The authority intends to advertise key messages using targeted messages on key websites of the participating countries under the banner Visit Ghana. So, Speaker, the authority is developing a mobile app, Visit Ghana, which will populate all tourist sites, businesses, and attractions, and be used to access information and transact businesses during the Games. So, Speaker, we also ended of the Games Village and Stadium with tourism teams. There will also be city tours for players and creation of jingles by these players to be used in advertising our tourist attractions. So, Speaker, we also have branded shirts, aprons to be given to food vendors and street hawkers. Product improvements. So, Speaker, the GTA has recently set up a MICE secretariat to work with industry players to create a database of available venues and sites that can host certain events on the back of the Games. Those with training of tour guides and their registration and licensing to ensure that there's excellent service delivery during the Games. So, Speaker, a nationwide site enhancement is ongoing to improve tourist experience in all our sites. Tour operators have also been brought on board to organize city tours and other packages during the games. So, Speaker, working with operators of hotels and other facilities to enhance their facilities and preparedness of the games is also being anticipated. Last, Speaker, beyond the return, the Ministry will leverage the game to enhance Ghana's appeal as a Pan-African hub hosting the rest of Africa. The Games will be advertised as one of the key events under the Beyond the Return project, which is a 10-year program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No further questions.
Honourable members, then we have to move to the next question. Question number 104, standing in the name of the Honourable Member of Parliament for Gomoa West, Honourable Richard Jan Mensah. Honourable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Tourism, Art and Culture what pragmatic steps are being taken by the Ministry to prevent the recurrence of the tragic Apam Beach drowning incidents on our various beaches.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The unfortunate incident in Apam happened at an unregulated beach. Ghana's 539 kilometers of rugged coastline provide many visitors with a relaxing break. Most of these beaches are open beaches, and people go to these beaches unchecked. These beautiful beaches, however, have hidden dangers which travelers should be aware of. So, Speaker, with the passage of the legislative instruments on sites and attractions, LI 2393, Ghana Tourism Authority has intensified its collaboration with the Coastal Development Authority, the various assemblies in coastal areas, NADMO, and others to sensitize and educate its coastal communities as a preventive measure. So, Mr. Speaker, in addition, the authority has begun the process of registering and licensing all built-up beaches. Also, work with the Marine Police and Ghana Navy on beach patrols at open beaches has intensified. Mr. Speaker, safety guidelines for operators and users of the various beaches have been drawn up by the authority, while signages on safety notices are to be fixed at vented areas of beaches where users are at risk. Mr. Speaker, plans are also underway to carry out training workshops for life savers and collaboration with NADMO, Ghana Navy, and the Marine Police. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Honourable Speaker. I want to find out from the Minister if he has any timeline he can inform this House for us to expect the erecting of this safety signage at the beaches. Because as it stands now, we all know the beaches are closed, but very soon, we are expecting that the beaches will be open anytime soon. So when should we expect this signs at the various beaches?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're using this lead time to have a lot of consultations with stakeholders. And we are very sure that because the beaches are fully opened, these signages will be erected. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Any further supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, at Apam, plans are underway to erect watchtower at the beach. I would like to know from the Honourable Minister if the community and myself can count on him for any support or collaboration.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, we are engaging all stakeholders to ensure that tourism is not only well enhanced, safety of the people are also enhanced. So we'll have a lot of collaboration, and I can assure you that we work together to achieve safety at the beach, at the farm. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
You still have another opportunity, the last one, or you don't have any? Then we move on.
I think it's okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, we move to the next question. Question number 134. It stands in the name of the Honorable Member of Parliament for Okwaikwe North, Honorable Teresa Ladi Awuni.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture whether the ministry has gathered data on the number of job losses and business collapse associated with the continuous closure of cinemas and theaters.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's no specific data available on number of job losses and businesses collapses because of the closure of cinemas and theaters. However, Mr. Speaker, across the entire industry, data shows a 58% decline in revenue. The Ghana Tourism Authority, the Ghana Health Service, and the National Task Force on COVID-19 has engaged operators throughout the COVID-19 pandemic period. Under the Ghana Campus Stimulus Package, administered by the Ghana Enterprise Agency, businesses within the cinemas and theaters value chain have been encouraged to apply for support. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, Member, any supplementary?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. We know cinemas and movies are an integral part of the tourism industry. If the minister is saying that they don't have data on them, would the minister agree that the percentage decline may be more than the 58, since the available data is insufficient to make a conclusive assessment of the tourism industry?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we have now is 58% decline in revenues. That's what we have as of now, Mr. Speaker.
Your last supplementary, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Would the minister consider gathering data to ascertain the true impact of COVID-19 on the cinemas and theaters?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are gathering data, we are consulting stakeholders, and we'll make sure the data is available when we are done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we move to question number 135, which stands again in the name of the Honorable Member for Okwaikwe North, Honorable Teresa Ladi Awuni. Yes, Honorable Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Tourism and Arts and Culture the reasons behind the continuous closure of theaters and cinemas as the impact of pandemic has considerably abated.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the continued closure of the cinemas and theaters was done in line with the present directive to prevent the spread of COVID-19. The present directive has always been based on expert medical advice. However, Mr. Speaker, the cinemas and theaters have been reopened with stringent adherence to COVID-19 health and safety guidelines and protocols regulated by the GTA. These protocols and guidelines were put in place in close consultation with the cinema and theater operators. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Member, you are addressing me.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. How many of the companies encouraged to apply for the Ghana Enterprise Agency benefited from the CAPBAS stimulus package? How many of the companies encouraged to apply for the GEA benefited from the CAPBAS stimulus package? How many of the companies encouraged applied?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was advertised in the dailies and websites, and every Ghanaian in that sector was encouraged to apply.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Without specific data, on what basis is the government disbursing the stimulus package? Without specific data, on what basis is the government disbursing the stimulus package?
I got lost somewhere because I think we are now at question 135. But the supplementary questions, and that's why I did not invite the minister, but he zealously rushed to come and answer the other one. We are at question 135, but your supplementaries are for 134, which we finished. So, Honourable Member, your supplementary should be on the substantive questions advertised as number 135.
Very well, Right Honourable Speaker.
Well, Honourable Members, I'm advised that question number 167 is not coming on today, and that we rather move to question number 149, which stands in the name of the Honourable Member for South Dai, Honourable Roxton Nelson Eche Kwame Dafiamapo. Honourable Member, is still on enough on defense, yes. Yes, on behalf of the House and on my part, I want to thank you, Honourable Minister, for attending upon the House and answering the questions. We thank you for coming. You are hereby discharged. The Honourable Minister for Defence to take his appropriate seat to answer the questions. Sorry? Deputy, Majority Leader, yes?
Mr. Speaker, the question stand in the name of Mr. Dafiamapo, the spelling of his name. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to be double sure. Mr. Speaker, I want to be double sure.
I don't know what people are doing now. There should be no disorder. Yes. Honourable Member, you may ask your question.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, indeed, my Kwame is I, not E. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Defense whether the soldiers who protected some Chinese nationals to engage in Galamsey in Tonto Krum have been arrested. I thank you.
Honourable Minister for Defense.
Right Honourable Speaker, records available at the Ministry of Defense and the Ghana Armed Forces show that no member of the Ghana Armed Forces has ever protected Chinese nationals at Tonto Krum or any other part of the country to engage in illegal mining, popularly called Galamsey. So, Speaker, The video story posted by a reporter of Laugh FM in Ashanti region on Saturday, the 16th January 2021 at Adaho, a village located at Aprampama Forest Reserve, was at the Heritage Imperial Mining Site, which is owned by a Ghanaian called Dona Eswa. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, just to reiterate the point that no member of the armed forces has been arrested because the Ghanaian soldiers have not protected any Chinese national to engage in galamsey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, for the records, I use the term illegal.
Honourable member, just a minute.
Okay.
Yes, the answer is now found at page 13. Page 13. I couldn't get the answer the way it is. Yes, so, Honourable Member, if you have supplementary, you may do so now.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, for the records, I use the expression illegal mining and not galamsey. Mr. Speaker, from the minister's answer, is the minister suggesting that the military indeed offers protection for private mining sites in this country?
Is your first sentence that, or statement that I don't understand? You say you didn't use galamsey, you used illegal mining in your question. Is that the case?
Mr. Speaker, galamsey is in the question. So.
Yes. Yes. You rather use galamsey. And then he, in his answer, referred to it as illegal mining, popularly called galamsey.
Mr.
Yes.
Speaker, my supplementary is that from his answer, as contained in paragraph 2, suggests that indeed the military offers protection for private mining sites. And is that what it is telling the House?
Well, he's talking about paragraph 2 of your answer. Just for clarity's sake, what do you want to imply?
Mr. Speaker, I will not say you have bailed him out, but Mr. Speaker, I did not suggest. I only said the military found at that site where at the Heritage Imperial Mining Site, which is owned by a Ghanaian. I've not made any suggestion. They could be there for various reasons. They could be there for security reasons and for various reasons. All I said is that the site at which they were found is a company owned by a Ghanaian, not a Chinese. Not to talk of illegal mining. That's all I said. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Honourable Member.
Where the soldiers that the Honourable Minister speaks of, their presence in the mining site that he mentioned, were they there to effect arrest of offenders or to give protection? They must be there for a purpose.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, they were there on an authorized operation by the military high command to arrest people who they suspected were going around collecting money in the name of the armed forces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that will be all. Thank you.
Well, you didn't have any other option. You exhausted your 3 supplementary questions. So, that is all what we have from the information that I've been given. That is all what the minister is here to answer. And I just want to thank the minister for and on behalf of the House and on my part for attending upon the House and answering the question. Thank you so much for coming. You are hereby discharged. Leadership is after 4, and you are in my hands now. If you intend to go further, I will have to take some 10 minutes break and come back. I have to take some 10 minutes break, just 10 minutes, and then come, if your intention is to proceed. We have some statements. If you are interested, I'll come back. Today is Friday.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
at this point, we are entirely in your hands. Are we not in the hands of Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, as it pleases you.
There are some key statements that are commemorative and some are quite important. I don't know if we could take about 2. That's why I just want to ease pressure on me and then come back. So we take the 2. One has to do with the issue of death penalty. It's an anniversary that is always celebrated. It should have been done, I think, yesterday or so. So we can do it today. And then the statement on boundary disputes, which, as you know, is a burning matter now in the country. Boundary disputes. So we can take the 2 and then we call it a day. So just give me less than 10 minutes, I'll be back.
Speaker, your pleasure is granted.
House is accordingly suspended, just for 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. We go straight to statements, and we have a statement in the name of Honorable Francis Xavier Sassu, the MP for Medina, which is on the abolishment of death penalty. It's quite a short statement, and I want to permit the honorable member to make the statement. One side of the house is empty. Yes. Minority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I think the most appropriate thing for us to do at this time is to adjourn to Tuesday. Even though I know the two statements are coming from our side, but you can see that one side of the house is virtually empty. Not a single person is there. And Mr. Speaker, it's rightly so because we started sitting today at 10. And you know today is Friday. So I think that it's only appropriate at this stage, Mr. Speaker, we end proceedings so that we can continue on Tuesday. Sorry, the two colleagues from our side who will have taken the opportunity to make a statement. We could prioritize it so that on Tuesday they make the statement first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Speaker, I do agree with my boss that we prioritize it on next week. But Mr. Speaker, the deputy majority leader was here when you said we suspend for 10 minutes. And Mr. Speaker, he is the acting leader of government business. And if they do this to us as minority, next time, Mr. Speaker, when they make application and we reject it or object to it, I hope, Mr. Speaker, you and the citizenry at large will understand us, the reason why we should take certain positions. But this has never happened. That a direct an indication is given, the acting leader of government business, instead of whipping the members in, they've all abdicated their seats. The Speaker, is unfair. I do agree with my leader that we can prioritize this next week, but this is highly unfair.
Well, it's surprising to me because I indicated that it could be less than 10 minutes. And I got from both sides that, yes, we were prepared for the suspension and that we could come to take the two statements. The total absence of your colleagues from my right is surprising. But once members have indicated that they are tired, we can take a bow. So I'll proceed to adjourn the House. And as you know, we will be having a special sitting on Monday. And so I adjourn today's sitting to Monday at 1.5 hours. That's 1:30 p.m. for the special sitting. The House is accordingly adjourned.